We're live, Mayor.
Okay, I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of April the 18th, 2023. Tonight's meeting is a hybrid meeting, starting with the joint study session meeting with the Planning Commission. Welcome. Community members are welcome to join us either in person or remotely through Zoom or by telephone. Clerk, will you please call the roll for both the City Council members and the Planning Commission?
Councilmember Nixon.
Here.
Councilmember Black.
Here.
Councilmember Curtis.
Here.
Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
Mayor Sweet.
Here.
Chair Rosman.
Here.
Vice Chair Reusser.
Here.
Commission Member Allen. Here. Commission Member Heiser.
Here.
Commission Member Rutherford.
Here.
Commission Member Singal.
Here.
Commission Member Tim Chizen.
Great. Okay, as I mentioned, our study session tonight is a special joint meeting with the Planning Commission. After our study session, we will be meeting in executive session to discuss two issues. First, the potential acquisition of real property, and second, potential litigation. If you're a member of the public joining us by Zoom this evening, please exit and log off the Zoom feature during our executive session. You will then need to log back into Zoom when our regular meeting reconvenes at 7:30. So let's begin our special joint meeting, and I'll kick it off to the city manager.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Welcome, planning commissioners and council members. So we have a brief presentation that Allison Zeich, our Deputy Director of Planning and Building, is going to make. And then we're discussing the draft 2023 and 2025 planning work program. And staff and planning commissioners are looking for council feedback and input, and then a discussion afterward between the two groups. So with that, please take it away, Allison.
Great, thank you, and good evening, everyone. It's fun to be here on the floor with all of you. I wanted to go over quickly just a... Okay. I wanted to go over quickly just a few slides to cover what changes we made from the 2022 to 2024 work program and the current one we're discussing, the 23 to 25 draft planning work program tonight. I've got 4 or 5 slides for you, just kind of pointing out the highlights and summarizing the staff memo. So I'm going to jump into that. So first, just wanted to show all of you, planning commissioners and council members, what we've completed that was on the 22 to 24 planning work program. And it's several things, tree code amendments, which we still have ongoing work on, and we'll cover that a little bit. I'm not going to read all of these to you, but we've gotten quite a bit done. So there's several things that were on the last work program that you'll see have come off the draft work program for 23 to 25 because we have completed them. The next category is just some projects that were on the last work program that we're still working on now. So we've started work on these, we're continuing work on them now. That's the station area plan, the urban center designation, which is nearing completion. The comprehensive plan update, of course, wireless service facility regulation updates. We're taking that to hearing in May, so that's getting close. Community initiated amendment requests, we're just starting work on those. Those will kind of follow along with the comp plan update process. And then the miscellaneous code amendments, which council is actually hopefully taking action on later tonight. There's a few projects that were on the 22 to 24 work program that we haven't started yet. And in the memo, we discuss a little bit some of the factors as to why we haven't been able to start work on those yet. So you'll see them continue in the current work draft work program. So some things follow through as just kind of an annual renewal. So sustainability master plan implementation, urban forestry work program implementation. Some of the ones that we haven't started that we thought we might have by now are the amendment review to look at increasing school capacity citywide, updates to our geohazard regulations, looking at affordable housing incentives, and parking policies. Those are 2 things where we think we'll lay the policy groundwork with those with the comp plan update. And so kind of pushing zoning code amendments on those 2 items until we talk about bigger policy implications with the comp plan update. And then the sign code update is another one that we haven't started work on yet. There's a few projects that were on the 22 to 24 work program that we've taken off the draft 23 to 25 work program because they either just, we've got a lot of stuff that we want to do, and so we had a discussion with Planning Commission over a couple different meetings about were there any projects that really are kind of lower in priority now when we start talking about adding new work to our program? So those you see on the screen, the Holmes Point overlay updates, the Norkirk and Highlands Light Industrial Study really isn't necessary anymore because we've done that work with the station area plan. And then the CKC design guidelines and regulations is another one we've talked about with the station area plan a lot as it relates to a good portion of the CKC through downtown. So it could go back on the work program at some point, but at this point we've taken it off the 23 to 25 draft work program. And then we've added a few new projects into the 23 to 25 planning work program. You'll see them on the screen. I won't go through all of them, but did want to highlight missing middle and ADU optimization. And on the next one, just kind of some of the general guidance we got from Planning Commission over our discussions with them at their retreat in February and then at another study session, I think in March, was just that Planning Commission, and I'll let you all discuss more specifically, but I think what staff really heard from Planning Commission was that looking at our middle housing and ADU regulations and trying to really increase the uptake of those was a priority and kind of the utmost priority, and it should be the next new project, and so that's how we tried to draft the draft work program in front of you. Increasing school capacity was another high priority, trying to figure out how we can do that and make sure it's there when the school district needs it. And then also any projects that could potentially be getting in the way of enabling housing production are ones that we should be looking for opportunities to get the work done sooner rather than later. And then also, I think the feedback that staff heard from Planning Commission was that as we look at how we tackle the work program, that we need to be identifying opportunities to streamline where we can. And with that, I'll throw it over to you, Madam Mayor, but we have a couple suggested discussion topics for Council and Planning Commission.
Okay. So do we want to start right into the draft work program, or do we want to go back to your priority areas?
I mean, either way. I mean, we can start here.
Okay. I'm not sure this is much of a lead-off.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I can start by just saying, you know, Allison made it clear that all of the housing stuff is our top priority. We looked at, you know, all the things that we have to get done. So there's the must-dos updates that are zoning code requirements, comp plan, et cetera. But basically, anything that is a like to do, but not a requirement, is going to be kind of pushed down below housing because housing is going to be our top priority moving forward. So that means looking at missing middle housing and ADU. We think that the zoning is there, but we really want to dig into like what's the barrier for getting more stuff done. Like, you know, we've seen through the housing dashboard that we've seen some uptick, but not as much as we'd like. So we're looking at trying to figure out like where are the sticky points to help make it happen. That includes, you know, talking also about parking and hazardous slopes and like soil surveys, et cetera. So basically want to look at overall what can we do to make sure that we get the most housing as possible moving forward. And then on the school capacity, we did talk about trying to figure out if the school district has any near-term plans. That is a priority for us, but if there's no immediate plans, maybe it can be done a little bit later. However, if the school district said, hey, we want to do something, then we would push it to the very top.
That sounds reasonable. I guess I'm going to look to Allison and Adam. So much legislation is being processed right now with regard to housing. And I don't know if you guys have had any discussion about how that's going to impact.
We talked about it in our planning, our retreat, but at that point there was so much stuff in the air, and you know, we've got 5 days left in session and there's still some stuff that's up in the air. So, but there's clearly going to be some changes to even our missing middle and ADU codes. So, clearly we plan to, you know, carve up a portion of our time to do that, but until next week, we don't know 100% where things are going to land.
I'm going to be informal. This is a joint meeting, so Neil?
Well, soils is kind of related to the like geologic hazard map that we did like 3 years ago. Basically, it adds a, okay, go ahead.
Because obviously it reflects the priority of the council. But in that, I wanted to explore what you guys are thinking about analyzing when it comes to those geological hazards. And I guess I'm also curious, I mean, we talk a lot about parking, but I'm curious what you guys are thinking with parking too, so that we can give you guys feedback on that.
With the like geologic hazard map, it got pretty well overhauled like 3 years ago. But we're finding through like talking to people who have been trying to do ADUs or cottage developments, et cetera, that sometimes there may be like an onerous requirement for new construction for things like ADUs, where an ADU on a parcel that already has a home on it and a garage, that they're having to do a full geotechnical report. So looking into, like, clearly we do have some real hazardous areas with some really steep slopes, but we also have areas that kind of fall into that area in the map that may not need the same level of intensity and LiDAR work. And so it's more, not by itself, it's more within the, when we're looking at ADUs and other missing middle housing, to make sure that we're not blocking stuff from happening because of an overly rigid requirement.
So this is with a focus of making land available.
Or not even land available. Well, make it a lot less expensive and a lot fewer hoops to jump through.
So like an expedited process for dealing with.
Well, it's also, you know, if you're
Hazard.
trying to build an ADU on a piece of property that already has a house and like a detached garage on it,
Yep.
do we really need a full soil study?
Yeah.
Probably not. But right now, we're requiring the same level of geotechnical work for that little ADU as we are for like a brand-new 5,000 square foot single-family home.
Great. Well, I can't speak for the rest of my council members, but anything we can do to expedite the process for more of that type of housing, especially that type of housing that could actually be affordable today, I'm a big fan of. Can I ask, there's also the parking question. Is that, I assume we're looking at parking the way that our city and the council's been looking at parking as a barrier. Okay.
Yeah.
Again, I think that probably falls into the same category.
Of specifically within the housing conversation.
And then on the on schools, I'm curious how recent our most recent conversation. I mean, our work group meets with the school district every other month or every quarter or so. I'm just curious, especially because we've all watched the news and we've all heard the news from Bellevue, and yet our council hasn't really had a conversation about that. I'm wondering what our schools work group has heard most recently from our school district, just as far as prioritizing capacity.
Yeah, so that's a good question. In our last meeting with them, this was something that was raised, was that the school district raised as far as the slight decline in enrollment. It wasn't as significant as some of the other local school districts have seen, and so it's not as drastic. That said, to me, the conversation, and in the conversations we've had with the school district around looking at rezoning school property, is not just about school capacity, but could potentially also be for workforce housing or other uses as well. So to me, I have a couple other notes I can get into later, but in my mind, could very much be tied to housing potentially as well. And so I think it is something that's important for us to continue to look at and continue to prioritize under that.
That's a really good point. Good.
I mean, it was a question that was raised at the last school meeting. By the way, we meet quarterly with the school district leadership. So that includes the superintendent and the deputies. And so this is something we talk about regularly. And, you know, it came up because of what you read about the Bellevue School District having to actually close schools, right? And so we wanted to understand, you know, does the Lake Washington School District foresee something similar occurring here? And what they said was, while enrollment is down for like kindergarten, first grade and stuff, they're seeing expanded enrollment for middle school, high school, because you're kind of feeding the bulge in the system is what's happening right now. So it's still kind of uncertain what's going to occur in the lower grades. But, you know, with all the new development and other things, you know, I think that's still something that we need to continue to follow. But I agree with Amy about, you know, there's other things than just school capacity that we need to be thinking about. And the fact that some of this stuff does take years and years of advanced planning and funding and to really occur. So you do want to get way out ahead of it, right? And not wait until it becomes a significant issue.
Yep.
Great. Amy, or Kelly?
You turn up the microphone? I can't hear from here.
Thank you. Sorry about that. It almost to the point when when the legislative session's over, good pieces of this are going to get thrown out and other things are going to be prioritized. We're almost doing this a little early. And thank you for the conversation on the schools, because I had the same questions. The two things that flagged for me that are pushed out till the 2025 is parking and curb management. And to me, they're the same issue in that we are increasing our density and people are using rideshare more, they're using shuttle buses to get to their employment, they're using Uber Eats to pick up their dinner. I was at dinner downtown on Saturday and I just watched the stream of drivers coming up and picking up orders. And so I feel strongly that it's not something that we can wait 2 years to look at, but I also recognize very clearly that you have finite resources. You have finite time and finite meetings, and we have finite staff. So I'm not sure how we can integrate curb management and parking policy. Well, my suggestion is that whatever we create policies around the station area plan and expand them from there. Because again, as we get more dense and we're encouraging people not to have cars and we want to reduce parking, we're going to have issues with curb management. I did notice that in our budget, we had allocated $500,000 to do a parking analysis. Are we still going to do that sooner rather than later? Because that will inform our parking policy.
That is happening.
Okay.
It's part of the overall downtown paid parking study.
Yeah.
And so we are going to be collecting data on parking in downtown, and yeah, that will absolutely influence our ultimate recommendations regarding parking. I guess I would underscore what you were saying, Kelly, about the fact that we're tooling around with the idea of lower parking minimums in the station area plan right now. So that functions as almost like a good pilot project. Mm-hmm. We're really pushing parking maximums to the lowest levels I think that we've ever seen in the city, and we can see how that performs in the station area, both in terms of incentivizing development, but also, how traffic is functioning in the area as well. We're not going to have a ton of projects immediately, but we'll have some hopefully, and we'll be able to see how that performs, and that will influence how aggressive we want to be in pushing parking minimums or maximums in the rest of the city as well.
And we saw that coming out of the legislature too, right? Reducing parking. So, and I do feel like, again, and we're not going to have the immediate density in the stationary plan, but we are going to have curb conflicts. I mean, we're already recognizing that now. So So again, my appeal for try to figure that out. And one little thing on the tree code implementation, and you know that breaks my heart that we have to set that aside, but I understand, or delay. You wrote the GMPC appeal, and I don't think that's what you meant.
Yes, it shouldn't have been G.
G, Growth Management Hearings Board, sorry, HB.
Okay, so I saw GMPC. And also, I'd mentioned this before, but our housing strategy plan, which again is part of this housing string that we're doing, is 5 years old. So is it time to update our housing strategy plan as we look at all of our housing issues and where we want to go from here? And shout out to Rodney, who served with me on the Housing Strategy Advisory Group. So, thank you.
Well, that's right. Yeah, it was intended to be, roughly a 5-year plan. I think, the approach that we're suggesting is, which we can change, is to do the comp plan first to get that done, because the housing element, especially this year with all of the new county requirements and all of the new state requirements, is going to be incredibly robust. It'll generate, I think, a lot of new ideas and hopefully a lot of innovation for housing in the city. So what we're recommending is to get the housing element done as part of our comp plan update, and then look at the housing strategy plan again to see what needs to be freshened up with that. So we're suggesting a 2-step process.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Great.
I'll
Amy?
just, the quick logistical note on that too is that we're really working hard this year to do a lot of great outreach and engagement with the community on a lot of these bigger policy topics. So as a logistical matter, I think that's why we tried to put some of the actual code amendment discussions about them afterwards so that we could benefit those processes by the outreach we're doing now with the comp plan. So that was one of the reasons for the 2-step process as well.
Okay, go to Jay.
Thank you.
Did I skip you, Amy? You called me well, see how, and you had so much to add. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Penny. Well, this is I feel like I've already learned so much just from our discussion tonight, in addition to reading the packet. So thank you for this great discussion and for all the hard work that went into this. These are not easy issues to prioritize. These are all really important things, right? I appreciate what Kelly said about them being intersectional. I agree with that. I mentioned with the school capacity, as well as some of the other issues. First of all, I was really, really excited to see some of the things that are being prioritized in here. The home occupancy allowances, I've been talking about corner stores for years. Every time we bring up anything slightly related, I'm like, let's do corner stores citywide. Like, how can we do this? I remember bringing up with different neighborhood association things, with our active transportation plan. It's not just about having safe ways to get around our neighborhoods, but places to go to, right? To connect us. It's so valuable in so many ways. It's, checks our value boxes of equity and sustainability. I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but so thank you so much for having that on here and for prioritizing that. That's something I think could have a huge potential long-term impact on our communities and making us really connected in so many ways. So thank you for that. Also on the housing, on the vehicle electrification, thank you for those. I really appreciate that. I've already mentioned the school capacity potentially on the housing on the school capacity issue, so I won't repeat my comments on that. Another issue that I think is really closely tied to housing that also is really important is the Holmes Point overlay that was being taken off of here. As we know, housing and trees are really closely tied, right, per the conversations that we've had before on this issue. And also, if I'm remembering correctly, the citywide tree code update process was started years ago when the Finhole Neighborhood Alliance was updating their neighborhood plan. And at the time, the council said, well, let's first look citywide at the tree code, and then we'll come back to Holmes Point overlay. So the folks in Finhill have been waiting quite a few years. As we all know, this process has taken much longer than we anticipated. I know that I am partially to blame for that, as are others on the council who wanted us to, pause and take another look at it. And so I think that it's only fair for us to continue to look at that in some capacity. I think a good starting point would be for staff to bring back to council a comparison of the current Holmes Point overlay and the new tree code that we've implemented, or that we've passed, and so we can look at the differences. I'd also be curious to know currently, what would supersede what as far as those plans go, right? There are some differences between the two. So if somebody in Holmes Point, and that may be an easy answer, you're just going to tell me the Holmes Point overlay would apply and not the city would. But there's some in which the new tree codes are stricter than the old Holmes Point overlay, and so I'd be curious to know, is it just the stricter of the two? Is it that one always supersedes the other for the Holmes Point area? I think there's just more that we could at least explore. We could see if there's any like low-hanging fruit that would satisfy some folks who've been waiting for quite a few years there. So maybe not as robust of a process, but do some sort of interim process to at least be fair to those folks. I've heard from a couple of property owners in Holmes Point that they've been waiting for years for this to happen because they have that one tree that's, costing them thousands of dollars a year because of the stuff it's dropping on their roof or whatever, right? And so I would love to have a way for us to have some flexibility for those families that have been waiting for a really long time for this, for looking at the Holmes Point overlay, because the whole city is benefiting right now that we did that process first. So want us to look at that. I recently spoke with some folks from Finhill Neighborhood Alliance, and I think some of their asks are not as complicated, right? If things they're looking for, it might be something we can look at, like maybe having a little bit more flexibility, like I mentioned, for homeowners to maybe not as flexible as the citywide plans are, but maybe allowing for like one tree a year to be removed or something along those lines. And then they also have some ideas with respect to development and how to maintain the tree canopy on Holmes Point. So anyway, like I said, I think it's something that maybe with not a huge effort, we could at least come back to council or planning commission with a comparison and an explanation of kind of what would supersede to see if it's something that there's something that we could proceed with there. I think that's, yeah, I agree also with Kelly's comments on the curb management. That's something that we've been hearing from folks that they want to see us implement really soon, both from businesses and from community members in the community. So I'd love to see something happen sooner there. Thank you.
Thank you. Jay?
First, thank you for all the work that you're doing. I know that some of it is controversial within the community. You've heard a lot of public input, and just wanted to say that the work that the commission does to get recommendations to us helps us tremendously. And I know your workload rivals ours some months, so really appreciate that. And I appreciate the thinking in this work plan. I wouldn't question any of these priorities. The focus on housing is right on. I understand the concerns with parking and other things, but I certainly wouldn't bump anything that's happening this year, 24, to move those forward. I do like the idea of using the station area as kind of a planning area, and if that discussion as a pilot area, and if that discussion already is going to include parking, maybe there's an opportunity, but I certainly wouldn't bump any of the priorities. As we're talking about increasing school capacity, one question for John and Amy on the school district coordinating committee, maybe for staff, is I've seen signs up that Kirkland Middle School near Crestwoods Park is going through a master plan update, and just want to make sure that given the timing of what we're looking for, any changes, that the school district has the flexibility to do what they intend to do, and just to check in with them on that master plan and make sure that they're not overly constrained with what they need for middle school population. Because given the recent remodel of Kirkland Middle School, I'm surprised that they're already doing an update, so there may be a need there. Thank you.
Good point. Angela?
So I do want to first just say to Amy's points on wanting to bump stuff up, that's where we really got stuck on when we were looking at this work program. Is it's like we need another column to be able to do all the things, but we ultimately decided, well, the tree stuff is very important, and I like your idea of maybe seeing if there's some small tweaks, but that the housing situation is so dire that we really understood that, like, we couldn't bump housing down to make room for other stuff is really where we landed. And on the parking, I like using the station area in general as a very great, like, pilot for the rest of the city. However, it's going to take a while to have anything get built out, so I would hate to, like, wait on other parts of the city while we're waiting on data. You know, even if somebody starts a project today, like, it's going to be at least 3 to 5 years before we see any relevant data out of that area. So with that, I want to make sure, we are bringing back the affordable housing component next week. And I want to really make sure we do everything we can to get the station area building so that we can then also use that data in other parts of the city. So the sooner we can get it built, the sooner we can start using it as an actual pilot versus just a pilot thought exercise.
Thank you, Angela. John T.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone and Pascal, thank you for your leadership on the school capacity issue. I appreciate it. The one part of the school capacity issue that I think may be getting lost.
John, can you turn on your mic?
The one part of the school capacity issue that I just want to make sure doesn't get lost is that if we increase population density within the station area plan, that we place the school capacity increase close enough to the population density that we don't have to bus people. And the minimization of busing, I think, is going to be critical to this conversation. And what the superintendent told us when he came to visit the Planning Commission was that we don't want to send 40 buses into the station area plan every morning and then have them take the kids out and then 40 more buses back there in the afternoon. And so I want to prioritize this issue. I think it's a great issue, and I want to also try to get more information about where we expect population density so the school capacity increases are geographically consistent with that population density. Thank you.
Thank you. John?
Thank you. So as a Planning Commission alum, I remember when this used to be like half age, and we still thought it was a lot, and now you've doubled it. So it's amazing how much work we have ahead of us and how much you've accomplished so far. So just again, want to kind of reiterate our thanks for all the hard work and for sitting through some really lengthy public hearings. You take that on and hear directly from the public in detail on a number of the land use issues. So thank you for that. That's a hard thing at times, but it's really important. And to get your feedback into the recommendations that you hear from the public is something that I know I take seriously along with others. A couple things just kind of that came to mind as I was listening to others talk on parking. Parking is such a huge subject that if we could break it down into areas where we could have kind of, I don't even know if there's a low-hanging fruit in parking sometimes, maybe.
My proposition for a parking commission hasn't gone anywhere.
Oh, there used to be one. There used to be one. That went away for a variety of reasons. But I guess, one of the things that have been on my mind for a while with parking is like the downtown is an example where you don't see any restaurants on Park Lane to the east of Main Street, right? That's because of parking. It's because of our parking requirements.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to see at least us come in and kind of agree on something there as a starting point and then work out. We did, some of you weren't around, but we did a right-sized parking evaluation. I don't, was that like 10, 12 years ago? Like King County did the data collection. They did the bulk of the work. All we had to do was take that and implement it into the code. That was several years by itself, and we didn't actually end up implementing some of the recommendations because it was so controversial. And that just was multifamily. It was just focused on multifamily housing. So I just want to throw out that let's try to figure out the places that we can be most effective early on and not go, let's do everything and then not do anything, right? So that would be my one thing I've learned over the years with parking. And then the other thing is that I totally support where you have landed. I thought you've done a great job in prioritizing the things that we have to do. And then finally, I do want to just talk about kind of interaction a little bit. And maybe this is a later subject, but interaction between the council and the Planning Commission. Obviously, we value that greatly, and we want to hear from you. We want to hear your honest opinions. And at times they're going to be different than where we land, right? As a council or as individual council members even. One of the things that I know that's really helpful for me as a council member is when a representative of the Planning Commission comes to the council meeting and is able to speak and provide a little bit more context to how you landed on a recommendation at times. And that's typically that always happened in the past. I know that it hasn't. Maybe it was just through COVID or whatever, but I think it's a really important thing to happen to where you can. And I know you, Angela, you've been at several meetings, but there have been times where there hasn't been a representative, and I think that's just really helpful. And to provide context on both sides, because it's not always unanimous either on the Planning Commission. So it's just good to hear that. So that would be my one thing to think about and encourage. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Toby?
Thank you. Well, of course, I'll ditto what all my colleagues have been saying about the volume of work and the good work that's being done. It can be astounding at times, and I don't know that members of the public always appreciate the complexity of what's involved here. I have just questions about a couple of the work program items. First, home occupancy allowances. When I hear home occupancy, what comes to mind for me is how many unrelated persons are allowed to live in a home. And I think many of you know that my wife and I have an 8-bedroom house, and we rent several of the rooms. Our homeowners association tried to put a limit of 5 unrelated persons, and that was based on what the city code says, 5 unrelated persons. It makes no sense to have a limit of 5 unrelated persons in an 8-bedroom house, at least once the kids are grown. And, but when I read the description of this item, that's not what this is about. This is about home occupation, a home occupation code. And so I think we need to differentiate between home occupations and home occupancy limits and have 2 separate items, and I would like to see both items be on the work program. So there's that. The second thing is the missing middle housing and ADU optimization. And I have a question as to whether one particular thing is going to be included in that study, and that is the form of ownership of the land and the buildings. I've had conversations with people who say one of the things that's holding up the creation of duplexes and triplexes is the fact that because it's a multi-unit building on a single lot, it has to be designed as a condominium, and that very much complicates the financing both during construction and after construction. But I'm not sure what we can do about that at the city level, whether that's something that would require state level changes. I did some research, and Kirkland does have 0 lot line zoning. And we have several developments throughout the city where you have basically attached units, but the property line goes through the middle of the wall. And from a financing perspective, they are treated as single family, not as condominiums. And that makes a huge difference in qualification and interest rates and all kinds of things. But in order to make use of that zoning, you have to rezone the property and you have to change the comprehensive plan, and it's very complicated. And so the question is, what kind of a solution can we find that would allow people to build duplexes and triplexes with different owners of each unit without it having to be a condominium? I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if Adam knows the answer to that, but this is something that I think is a challenge we have to figure out because it's really going to slow down the whole process of building duplexes and triplexes and attached ADUs even with separate ownership if you have to create a condominium association every time you do that. Thank you.
Toby, I could respond really quickly to that. So we actually do allow for fee simple ownership of lots within duplex, triplex, cottage projects. And we actually, our code specifies that there's no minimum lot size as well. So it's been a little bit of a mystery to us actually why folks aren't pursuing that. I think One of the answers is probably that the subdivision process takes a number of months, 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. And so I think for a lot of developers, it's just more efficient to condoize a missing middle housing project and to not go through the 6-month process to subdivide. But it is something that is allowed in our code right now. And I suspect we'll see more uptake of that in the future. And we are trying to be really clear in our communications to developers that is something that's allowed as well. So.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of misunderstanding about that
Yeah.
right now, particularly when, you read the zoning tables and it says, it does talk about minimum lot sizes. R6, it's a sixth of an acre plus or minus a little bit, right? And so if you wanted to create a triplex there, well, you're going to have lots that are, an 1/18 of an acre, not a sixth of an acre. And I read through it and I couldn't figure out how that gets accommodated within the various tables.
Yeah, that could be part of our missing middle housing ADU cleanup as well, just making that more clear. I mean, the way that we tackled missing middle housing here was what we created basically an overlay, right? So we didn't do away with our single family zoning. We created an overlay chapter that's imposed on single family, which I think does lead to some confusion. So we could address that in the project here.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Before I go to a second round, anybody who has not spoken out? Interested, Scott, please.
I just wanted to bring up on Toby's, the home occupancy. It was a little bit broader than what, and I pushed for this to be on the work program. It's because all through COVID, we saw this huge amount of people who brought their businesses from downtown or Bellevue into their homes. And it is a push to make sure that they're legal, that the city is collecting licensing, and also so that it's easy for people who are running a business out of their house that they can do it legally. And we just have to update and tweak our codes a little bit so that we're looking at maybe, instead of saying, oh, you're only allowed this number of people a day, saying, okay, you're allowed this number of people at a time because you're not overflowing the neighborhoods. And it is because, I'll tell you, I'm a legal business in Kirkland. I operate out of my house. I am well known in my neighborhood. Everybody comes and picks up plants and, gets what they need. But I make sure that people are not there at the same time someone else is. And that's what we want to do. We want to collect the funds that these businesses are already in Kirkland operating, but maybe they're not licensed. So we need to update and make sure that we're operating the way we should be at this point in time.
And I would just question, because Kelly actually mentioned it to me earlier today, how that work or how that discussion will hook up with the work that Michael Olson is doing around business licenses.
I think that's all part of the discussion because I know just in my neighborhood, several of my neighbors operate their businesses and I ask them, are you licensed in Kirkland? They may be licensed with the state, but they're not licensed in Kirkland. And if they are operating in Kirkland, we should be collecting the money, but we also shouldn't be going out and trying to find them and find them. So it should be easy. It should be something that people aren't afraid of, or something if they're operating a business going, well, I'm going to be so limited that I can't operate and somebody can turn me in. So, and it is making it so that we are 10-minute neighborhoods that you can walk someplace, get a good or service, because in the last 4 years, basically, my accountant, my financial planner, my insurance agent, all moved into their homes. So they're all in Kirkland, but they're not all licensed with Kirkland. They're all licensed with the state, or they have a P.O. box someplace. We need to make it friendly, convenient, easy, so they're not afraid. And I looked at the Arch letter where it said, well, we need to maybe be able to commercialize ADUs. I think the rules should be broad enough that it should encompass all businesses in your home instead of just saying, well, you have to have an ADU to be operating in this manner. So yes, this is a tough decision because you don't want to turn every neighborhood into a retail association. But you also shouldn't be afraid to operate your business out of your home.
Okay, great. Neil?
Okay, I can't tell if this mic is on, but I think you guys can hear me. So thank you. So I'll be really interested in that policy discussion as you guys work through it. When you get to that, I think that'll be really fascinating. I did want to lend my voice to those who spoke in support of all the hard work that the Planning Commission does. I really like John's comments about communication. COVID has not been friendly to our ability to connect with the work that you guys are doing, and so really like the idea of I mean, just this joint session, but also the more communications. I do like what Toby said about the complexity of land use and planning issues and how little that's appreciated by the public, just how complex and intersectional these issues are. And so really appreciate all the time you guys spend, which leads to a suggestion I have. I liked what, I appreciate what Amy was saying about the Holmes Point overlay. I don't necessarily want to add, I guess this is maybe a question for the director and the deputy director, but this seems like, as far as finding out if there are sort of analyzing whether there's anything within the Holmes Point overlay that we can address now, I'm wondering if we could do this sort of a little bit top down. So it comes to the council, some of the things that Amy was talking about, some of the analysis comes to the council. Instead of adding to the workload of the Planning Commission, it comes to the council. We can take a look at it and think about whether we want to then add it to the workload that the Planning Commissions already do. But before we do that, we've got a little bit of more of this information from staff about what the low-hanging fruit there is. That was just a suggestion I had, and I wanted to get your reaction.
Well, yeah, I like Amy's idea a lot. I think primarily because it can be an educational tool. Like, I think what you'll all find is that there's not a huge difference anymore between the Holmes Point overlay and the tree code. The tree code now applies in the Holmes Point overlay. The Holmes Point overlay has a couple of additional requirements, like a protected natural area, for instance, in 25% of the lot. But generally speaking, yeah, the rules are more uniform than they used to be. So I like the idea a lot of having, preparing some sort of side-by-side comparison. I think we can talk about, bringing it to council in the form of a memo or something and sharing it with the Planning Commission as well, so everybody's on the same page. But I think it'll be good as an educational tool because it sounds like there is some misperception out there about the rules being substantially different in the Holmes Point overlay versus the tree code. So I think it's a good thing. We can work on that.
Great, thank you.
Amy? You're next.
Thanks, Penny. Thanks for that, Neil. I agree. That was my intent when I think mentioned that bring it to council and or the Planning Commission, really whatever your recommendation was there. Yeah, hoping to check things off the box with, check the boxes off, like actually do the work, but check off our to-do list without creating extra work whenever we can, right? And I think that's a really good. Well, Scott, thank you so much for your points about I get confused with Toby too with the language here, but of the home occupancy allowances, right? Like I've been calling corner stores. I know they're not all corner stores, right? I get that, right? But that's just kind of a term that we hear about that. I agree with you. I think making it, I think your words were friendly, convenient, and easy would be really good. So part of that conversation I'm hoping will be, how to support those, right? Like you said, not to make it like a punitive thing, but how can we help educate folks about getting licensed in the city of Kirkland and help them along those process, especially very small businesses that might just be a one-person operation or something really small that they just may not really understand what the process is. So making sure they have that support. And I think in addition, I really, really am hoping to see out of this work that you're undertaking, not only the service type businesses that you mentioned, but also retail, entertainment, other things. I think of neighborhoods where I would love to walk a few blocks away and get my groceries at a corner store, or walk a block or two the other way and get my nails done, or, businesses that are often at the ground floor with residences above. When my last home in Philadelphia was above a chiropractor's office, and it was on a corner, and it was a pretty awesome corner in Philly, I have to say, but like a big bike race would come every year up our street. Anyway. But so it creates such a sense of community to have those places to go, those gathering spaces, whether it be services, whether it be retail, whether it be entertainment. Like there's so many different options. And I think we really need to be thoughtful, to your point. Like, I don't know that this city is at a place where the community wants to see every single home have a ground level, storefront type business. But I think it could really be a cool thing for everybody. And it's an equity issue as well, because like you mentioned, there's so many folks who want to open or have opened a small business and can't afford leasing a traditional storefront, right? And so having the ability to be able to do that, and there's probably so many things that I'm not even thinking of that would be involved in that. So I'm really hoping that we not only allow it, but that we encourage it as well. So thank you.
Thank you. John T.
Thank you. I hope we improve the communication between the city council and the planning commission. And I think the communication between the city council and the planning commission was much better before COVID and much worse after. I don't necessarily get frustrated at all when the city council deviates from a planning commission recommendation, because that's fine, that's your prerogative. But when it's poorly transmitted and I don't feel like the city council understands our recommendation, that's where it's frustrating to me. I hope we think about potentially assigning a member of the city council to the planning commission that maybe pops in on a regular basis. Deputy Mayor Arnold has done that. But if there's any ideas that you as council members have to increase communication, I'd love to have that happen. Because COVID, I think, has made that situation worse. And I think there's been times where the planning commission has been frustrated because we spent an enormous amount of time deliberating over a recommendation, only to have that recommendation not transmitted in the most effective manner. Thank you.
I'm gonna take a moment to comment, just because I agree with you. I mean, I think communications have broken down somewhat. I also think that the intensity of the work has also led to the breakdown of communication. Coming out of COVID, some of the hardest work, blood, sweat, and tears you guys have put into this, and I think we all recognize that. We're also kind of tired too. Because it's been a tough last, 4 years, 3.5. So, yeah, I get it. I think we can do a better job. I don't know if I could handle going to planning commission meetings too.
No, we don't have to, I mean, when Deputy Mayor Arnold popped in, he just popped in for the first 10, 15 minutes, said hi, and
Okay.
it was good to see him there.
Well, and, when you want to hear from any of us, we're available. Our telephones ring on our
And it's
cell phones.
my fault as well.
Angela?
Yeah, so I did want to continue on that vein, that it's not about having a council member at all of our meetings. Like, you guys have enough hours in this room as it is. But the nice thing about hybrid meetings too is that maybe once a quarter, a council member comes in for the first 10 minutes just to update folks. I know we have our quarterly meetings with you and Jay, just, 2-on-2 sort of thing. But I think there is value in having a council member come to planning commission, even if it's once a quarter for 10 minutes, just to say, hey, here's the update. Does anybody have any questions? Like, I do understand that phones are great. I talk to plenty of you on a regular basis, but I think it is sometimes nice to just be there. And having this meeting too, I don't think we've had one in 4 years, 3 or 4 years. So I think that's a big piece too, is that like, even just, me popping into the beginning of your council meeting to give an update, or you or Jay popping in for a couple minutes to give an update to us, there's no substitute for this meeting. And so, even if it's short or, small work, smaller group sort of thing, but having more connection than just an update at, every once in a while. So.
Well, particularly as we work through the tough issues that we're going to work through this year. I mean, it's not going to just be housing and the interpretation of all the housing legislation. The permanent supportive housing facility will begin being upgraded and we'll be getting ready for people to move in there. What else are we doing that's hard?
The good news is we've already done ADU and missing middle housing compared to a lot of other cities that are going to have to start from scratch. So
Absolutely.
I feel like that's something we
Bravo
haven't.
to all of them.
Yeah, I feel like that's something we haven't acknowledged tonight, is like, you know, this list is, you know, miles long, but if we were having to implement a missing middle housing code and an ADU code from like the ground up, that would just basically wipe everything else off of our list.
Yeah,
for
I
the
think
year.
that goes a lot to our housing strategy work group. Sandeep?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Mayor. I wonder in the spirit of communication, whether one strategy rather than the kind of general meeting is to think about whether there are four particularly contentious recommendations, whether we propose a 15-minute even study session where we can jointly just discuss the topics and the issues that were raised during the commission's meeting and have a more kind of open conversation like the one tonight about the pros and cons that we were facing. I worry that the memos or even a very short 2-minute conversation in the council meeting really doesn't give the time to present a full texture of the issues that we're often confronting in some of these more complex recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think that's a good idea. It would probably land in Allison's lap to sort of recognize when it would be most appropriate for us or a group of us to come together, even at a meeting or before a meeting, or however we would need to do it.
I think we usually know what those topics are.
Good point.
Usually, it's whenever you have a split decision, that's a pretty good sign.
Yeah, Sandy, or Neil.
Okay. I think this is a great conversation. I really like talking about us really focusing on the process and how we can make, because this really should all be about making the best decisions we possibly can on land use planning issues. And I think the most important thing for me, I mean, the staff does a great job of communicating to us in the memos, and our council is really diligent at reading all the materials that's provided by staff. So we get we get the information, but then we deliberate in public. That's what the commissioners know this, my colleagues on the council know this. We deliberate in public. And that's really, for me, that's when it would be most helpful if, I guess, what we're talking about possibly is staff sort of helping us recognize when there's going to be an issue that we're going to deliberate on at a meeting in public, where it would be really helpful to have a representative, and I guess this goes to what John was saying earlier, having a representative of the commission at our meeting while we're deliberating, so that we can ask the questions. You know, so you made this recommendation. The direction of this discussion at council meeting is going kind of this direction, which is a little bit different than the recommendation, and having a member of the planning commission at that discussion available to sort of characterize, you know, what the complex issues were that were discussed at the planning commission level, what you heard from the public, why the decision was made the way it was, and that way we can take that into account in our deliberations, and that might be the thing that's sort of that might be the gap, is our ability to sort of have a little bit more of a back and forth at the moment when we're deliberating. And again, that's going to be happening at the council meeting. It doesn't happen anywhere else, so, thanks.
Thank you. Along the exact same thing we're talking about, council has the knowledge of what's going on with all kinds of commissions. And so when we're looking at something, we're looking at it from the planning point of view, but we don't know necessarily what that means utilities or with transportation. And we get tidbits of that, like with the station area plan. But it's often, I think, all those other elements that might get in the way of us understanding why and how decisions are made. Particularly maybe when, you know, it's not following a recommendation. But just to underscore, I do appreciate the idea of, and I think it'd be helpful really to have different commissioners attend, when we're proposing a recommendation for our benefit, certainly as, well, we are already, as city leaders, for us to, learn more broadly what you guys are up to, because we can take all that learning back as well. And when we have our next project, there's a number of us who will have learned things here and there that can only make our process better. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly?
I do want to give Angela credit that she has been coming to our council meetings and talking about planning commission recommendations and has made herself available to do that. And personally, I've found it very valuable. So I just want to recognize that that step is moving forward.
Excellent. Angela?
Well, and I think that comes back to Sandeep's suggestion of there's a very different experience of giving a 2-minute snippet at the beginning of a meeting and then more or less sitting on call if you need me versus a 15-minute study session where we're really interacting on like a more group level. And I think that piece might be really, when we're updating you on our recommendation on autonomous vehicles or the delivery stuff. It's very different than, reporting back about station area or if we were doing tree code, for example. So I think the small information for most meetings is fine, but then those bigger recommendations like Sandeep recognized, even a 15-minute study session where, Planning Commission maybe only comes virtually, comes for 15 or 20 minutes at the beginning and then leaves. But having both bodies have that connection, I think, is very different than just a single person there that just gives a little bit of information, gets a couple of questions, but you're still getting a different flavor than when it's a joint meeting.
Food for thought. Toby?
Well, and I would also say that just because the council's the council, we don't have to have that be on a council meeting night. Because I've been sitting here thinking, well, why don't we just have the council members join the planning commission meeting Zoom during the regular planning commission meeting? If it's only going to be for 15 or 30 minutes or something like that. Because we can declare it to be a special council meeting and just do it, if that's what turns out to be more convenient.
Yeah, I think we should evaluate these things. Go ahead, Scott.
I would just say what would be helpful too when we have those really tough decisions. Sometimes, I apologize. When we have those really tough decisions, and we don't know where city council is exactly at, and we also don't know, you've been working on it even longer than we have. And those are the times that just getting an inkling would really help us, because we think we're the ones working on it, but, council has already worked a lot of hard hours and done, a huge job, and we're meeting with the public. It just would be very helpful so that, we get that guidance too. Because sometimes we're working and it seems like we're on this parallel path, and if some of it's shared so that we know and we're not recommending something that just isn't in the parameter.
Thank you. City Manager.
So I would just say I really like all these ideas, but I think to your point about evaluating them, because one of the challenges is who gets the memo when, and when does anyone have time to prepare to react to the memo, right? So if you're the way we do it now, the Planning Commission might get a lot more information a lot sooner than the council does. And council coming in cold to that meeting may not have the same effect of having you had a chance to read the memo. So I think what staff needs to do is figure out what's the right time to have the 15-minute conversation so that it's actually helpful to both sides. But I like all the suggestions. I think we can brainstorm with staff how to best implement them, but I do think we need to think about the best way to do this because there is some complexities to that as well.
Yeah, I think this has been a really rich conversation. Unfortunately, we do have 2 executive sessions to move into. So I just want to tell you all, we are so grateful for the work that you put in, for the really hard work that you put in, the public hearings, and what you need to know is this conversation may result in or not having to go back and watch planning commission's meetings, which is what we generally do. So with that, we will adjourn until our regular meeting begins at 7:30 for a study session, or for an executive session for two issues: the potential acquisition of real property, and second, the potential litigation. Thank you all.
It's going to start about 5 minutes late, so we're getting just a little late start. We're live, Mayor. We're live.
Thank you. We are back in session following a joint, we are back in session following a joint study session with the Planning Commission and an executive session to discuss the potential acquisition of real property and potential litigation. We are at the place in our agenda where we do honors and proclamations. We are starting with an Earth Month proclamation, and City Manager, you want to introduce it? And
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Deputy
Yes.
Mayor
we're
and
gonna
I'll come up.
be proclaiming April 2023 as Earth Month in Kirkland. And I just want to point out to the members of the audience, anyone else, that the memo has a lot of details of actions the city has taken over the last decade or so, as well as links to our sustainability master plan on our website, which enumerates all the other actions we will be taking over the next few years. And here to receive the proclamation, who will be joining you, is David Barnes, our senior planner, who's also the architect of the sustainability master plan. So David, would you join them up there?
Welcome, David. A proclamation of the City of Kirkland proclaiming April as Earth Month in Kirkland, Washington. Whereas the City of Kirkland has a long-standing dedication to protecting and enhancing the natural environment in Kirkland, and whereas an adopted City of Kirkland City Council goal is to protect our natural environment through sustainable goals and practices, and to equitably meet the needs of all community members for a healthy environment and easy access to clean energy without compromising the needs of future generations. And whereas Earth Month is a reminder that individuals and communities can make a difference to reduce energy use, electrify homes and businesses, produce renewable solar energy, reduce consumption and waste, and help equitably mitigate the known impacts of climate change. And whereas the Kirkland City Council is committed in our 2023-2024 work plan to prioritize the funding of sustainability master plan actions to further equity, energy efficiency, public health, and a clean energy economy that promotes a sustainable and resilient environment. And whereas Kirkland residents continually show commitment to the environment by reducing energy use, reducing waste, recycling, composting, preventing water pollution, advocating for the environment, utilizing alternative transportation, and volunteering to restore natural areas. And whereas numerous city programs across departments work to protect the environment, ranging from the Urban Forest Strategic Management Plan, special recycling events and waste reduction efforts, protection of the city's streams, wetlands, and lakes, and the Green Kirkland Partnership's natural parkland restoration events, and more. And whereas the city is active in regional environmental efforts like the Lake Washington Cedar Sammamish Watershed Salmon Recovery Council, the King County Cities Climate Collaboration, K4C, and the Energy Smart Eastside Heat Pump Program to reduce carbon emissions and environmental impacts and improve sustainable behavior. And whereas Kirkland will continue to lead the way toward reducing carbon emissions and other pollution while making the city more resilient in the face of climate change to protect the environment for all future generations. Now, therefore, Mayor Penny Sweet, on behalf of the City Council, does hereby proclaim April 2023 as Earth Month in Kirkland, Washington, and calls upon all community members to take action to reduce their impact on the environment and achieve an equitable, sustainable, and resilient community.
Thank you. It's so gratifying to see all the great work that the city is doing on the environment because there's so much to do. It's equally important that the city is leading with equity in our policies, our programs, and our actions. I'd like to thank the community, staff, and council for all of the great work making Kirkland a more sustainable place for those that are here today and for our future generations. So thank you, and happy Earth Month and happy Earth Day on Saturday.
Thank you, David. Thank you. Sorry. Okay. This takes us to communications, item number 6. This is the time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters that are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for a public hearing, of which there are none this evening. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and the council will receive up to 3 comments each on both sides of each issue. If you are present either in person or virtually and would like to address the council during this items from the audience period, please sign up using the online public comment instruction link or in person using the posted QR code. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. Community members will be called in the order in which they have signed up. Items from the audience is an important part of our business meeting, and we ask that everyone be treated with kindness and respect. We ask that you please not.
Architect of S&P, I loved it.
Oh.
The architect of
Adam?
S&P, that's what Kurt said.
Adam, you're unmuted.
Okay. We ask that everyone be treated with kindness and respect. We ask that you please not clap or applaud after a speaker or express your disappointment with a speaker. We want everyone in Kirkland to feel welcome at expressing their viewpoints regardless of their content. Because they can be disruptive, signs and placards are also not allowed in council chambers during our meetings, regardless of their comment. City Clerk, will you please announce our speakers?
Our first 2 speakers are Karen Story and Yasmin Karimli, followed by Santos Contreras.
Welcome, Karen.
Good evening. My name is Karen Story. I'm here tonight as a member of Quiet Clean Kirkland, a volunteer group striving to reduce air and noise pollution and improve public health by phasing out obsolete, highly polluting gas-powered leaf blowers. We are part of a growing nationwide Quiet Clean movement. We urge you to approve the electric leaf blower resolution tonight. I'd like to address a few of the concerns expressed by council members and stakeholders. We can provide sources for these. Electric equipment is not heavier than gas-powered equipment. Lithium-ion batteries are dense and heavy, but not as heavy as a combustion engine and gas tank. There is currently powerful commercial-grade equipment, electric equipment on the market, with more coming quickly. The California sales ban is a compelling market force. The use of electric equipment should not increase costs to businesses and customers. Commercial-grade electric blowers are capable of handling commercial cleanup and more than capable of handling residential needs. Plus, there will be time savings due to eliminating carburetor and spark plug maintenance. To ethically dispose of gas-powered equipment, we suggest a buyback program that will both get the equipment out of circulation and enable bulk recycling opportunities. As for battery cost and charging, even with purchasing enough batteries to last a full day's work, one California study showed a positive return on investment in battery-powered leaf blowers in only 10 months. Batteries can also be charged from the vehicle alternator while driving between jobs. Leaf blowers are not generally used in cold enough conditions in this area to cause a problem with battery reliability. Leaves are gone by the time freezing weather arrives. While we believe it's important to have a monetary penalty on the books that could be used in cases of repeat non-compliant businesses or individuals, we believe that education and client pressure will greatly reduce the need for enforcement. Please be courageous and bold for our city, our planet, and our grandchildren's future, and support the electric leaf blower initiative. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Yasmin Karimli, followed by Santos Contreras and Charisse Burgoyne.
Good evening and happy Earth Month. My name is Yasmin Karimli, and I'm also with Quite Clean Kirkland in support of the Electric Leaf Blower Initiative. I would like to address a few of the concerns expressed by council members at the last meeting. Councilmember Falcone mentioned the importance of staggered procurement. We agree and hope that once companies know this is coming, they won't wait to choose electric equipment as soon as they need to be replaced existing equipment. You also noted that the technology is still evolving, but we don't think this should slow the adoption timeline because the technology will always be evolving. Deputy Mayor Arnold asked whether Kirkland should go first or wait to coordinate with other jurisdictions. We hope that Kirkland will coordinate but won't delay if their timeline is longer. Thank you also for asking staff to add more about the noise impacts of gas-powered blowers to the resolution. Noise is a serious public health issue. Thank you, Councilmember Nixon, for mentioning Kirkland's noise ordinance. Blowers and other maintenance equipment are exempt from Kirkland's noise ordinance via the referenced Washington State Code. We would like to see this exemption removed. You also questioned how electric blowers can be quieter. As the cylinders of a gas-powered engine oscillate and the fuel goes through combustion, the engine vibration makes a lot of noise. Since sound volume doubles with every 6 decibels, even a slight reduction in decibels makes a huge difference. Also, the low-frequency sound of gas blowers travels farther and penetrates walls and buildings more effectively than the higher-pitched sound of electric blowers. We agree that noise is an infringement on neighbors' rights, and we also believe that toxic emissions are an infringement. Please approve the resolution, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Santos Contreras, followed by Charisse Burgoyne and Ryan James.
Welcome, Mr.
Evening,
Contreras.
Council. Thanks for giving me the chance to speak. Hello to all of you. City Manager, I'm here to talk about Park Lane parking and the continuation thereof. I've Santos Contreras. I've been a resident of Kirkland for 48 years, and I'm here to ask you not to ban parking at Park Lane. I've not heard any compelling reason why the city would want to do this. Parking, or lack thereof, has been a problem for all the years I have lived here. Back in the day when I first met Larry Springer, he was working for Kirkland downtown, and he was bemoaning the lack of parking. This is in the early 90s. So the situation is even worse. To even think about making it worse on purpose is incomprehensible to me. Why would we want to reduce parking when 100% of the affected businesses have voiced their opposition to losing parking on Park Lane? Their interests must be given a great deal of weight since their shops rely heavily on the street parking that currently exists. I understand the closing of a street in Bothell is a model for doing this in Kirkland. I've gone to that area in Bothell, and it looks like a dead zone. Certainly not a viable business location. Please allow the parking to continue on Park Lane. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Charisse Burgoyne, and please use the microphone.
Okay, thank you. Welcome. Hi, everyone. I'm Charisse Burgoyne. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council, City Manager. I am here today on behalf of the Kirkland Chamber of Commerce to speak on the Park Lane issue that has been presented by many people in front of you. We at the Chamber would like to encourage to keep the street open during business hours and then allow for street closure for pedestrian movement during the summer months. So that's kind of what the Chamber came up with, and we would like to encourage that you let the businesses do business during business hours, and then during the summer months, allow for pedestrian movement. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ryan James, followed by Alex Zimmerman.
I just want to thank you, council members. Thank you, Mayor Sweet and City Manager Triplett. I wanted to address Park Lane as well, and keeping Park Lane open for businesses, and keeping Park Lane open for parking. My question that I want you to ask yourself when you're considering this is, what is the goal of the closure? And how does it affect our small business community? And I want you to ask if the city has proven this model within its own jurisdiction. In 2018, I did an arts festival on Park Lane. We had over 100 participating artists in 10 by 10 booths. Since then, there hasn't been another festival utilizing Park Lane. And I also want you to ask how the maintenance and the upkeep of Park Lane has been going, and consider the ADA accessibility. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Alex Zimmerman.
Sie Heil. Dory Krug, Dem Nazi Pig from Animal Farm. My name is Alex Zimmerman, and I'm candidate for Ship to the Moon 23. Yeah, I want to speak about something what is absolutely critical right now. Time's time right now. Yep, time come. Yeah, absolutely. Bellevue right now, first city in America, what is white people a minority. Situation very unique and absolutely dangerous and totally critical for white people. All white people inside west, eastern side too. You know what it means for, yeah, for city what is we have here. So people who come right now to Bellevue and around, you know what it means? Most of this come from Shanghai and Calcutta, you know what it means, and from another country. They born like a slave, they will be acting like a slave. Is this exactly bring America in situation right now, what is we have local, to totally bad condition. Europe, classic example right now. White people in Europe right now, totally gone, dead. Guys, it's not about racism, it's about culture. People who come right now, who controlled by Amazon, Microsoft, and another tech, you know what it means? They come from country what is have slavery for 1,000 years. It's a culture. They born like a slave, they will be acting like a slave. It's simple, you know what it means? You can ask this every teacher in school. Yes, what is you want? My opinion. It's not only my opinion. So right now I speak to everybody. We need something doing about this. Why? Because to me this look like a pure Holocaust. You know what it means? In my family, 3 generations of my family know what it means Holocaust. It never will be better. It will be worse. When we not stand up for us right, constitutional right, we will become to same condition what is Europe now. It's America, you know what it means? It's USA, United States of America. We have constitution what is very unique, no analogy constitution in human history, you know what it means? And I come to America for one particular reason, because I believe in America and I believe in constitution. These people who will destroy America totally, it's happened now. It's happened everywhere. It's Bellevue, Kirkland, Redmond, or Mercer Island. You cannot change this. You're so quiet. You need to stand up and something doing about this. Because we can come to position what is white people will be right now pardoning garbage. It's exactly what has happened. It's nothing to do with race. I want what is you don't understand. I'm not racist. We're talking about culture. Culture is a fundamental principle for every government in this planet. Different culture, different action. That's it. No another choice. So I speak right now to everybody.
Mr. Zimmerman, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have one final speaker, Chad Walter.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Jessie Walder, and this is, oh, he did come up, my husband, Chad Walder. We own Bottle and Bowl and Feast in downtown Kirkland. We opened Bottle and Bowl in 2014, and we've been on Park Lane since 2017. We love the Kirkland community and the downtown corridor and have been very happy to run 2 of our businesses here. We do want to express some concerns and objections we have with a permanent closure of Park Lane. Of the 20 businesses that have been surveyed on Park Lane, not one is in support of a full-time closure, and we think that's important. As businesses, we have invested a lot in the downtown corridor, and that directly draws a lot of people into Moss Bay. Since we spend 5 to 7 days a week in downtown, we do consider ourselves well-versed in what will or will not enrich the experience in this area. Many comparisons that have been made to a permanent closure have been areas where the climate is warm and sunny year-round. Unfortunately, that's not our weather experience here. Therefore, we feel that Park Lane would be underutilized for 8+ months out of the year if there was a permanent closure. I think most, if not all people, would agree the number one constraint in downtown Kirkland is our parking. Taking away even a few stalls would negatively impact all of downtown, not just Park Lane. Removing a main thoroughfare will further add to the congestion on Lake Street and be a deterrent to those already concerned about coming downtown for parking and backups. We have to consider the accessibility for anyone with physical limitations. We personally see them utilize the parking on Park Lane daily and strongly feel they would no longer be able to frequent and enjoy the businesses that Park Lane has to offer if there was a permanent closure. Access to deliveries and garbage and recycling, among other things, will be negatively impacted and further add to any congestion. Based on previous closures, we do not believe this will increase outsiders coming into Kirkland or Kirklandites coming into downtown more often. Furthermore, from some previous points that we have made, we actually think that this would be a deterrent. From a personal standpoint, logistically and operationally, it was only harder for us to run our businesses during closures. Businesses sign leases and invest a lot of money to improve the aesthetic of downtown Kirkland, and we did so based off of, how Park Lane operates today, currently. Many already find Park Lane to be the most attractive street within Kirkland, at least downtown Kirkland. So the question becomes, what problem are we trying to solve? if there is no problem, those funds could be better spent on something with a much bigger need. As a business owner, we're
Thank
always.
you, I'm sorry, your time is up.
All right, thank you. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
That was our last signed up speaker.
Okay, is there anyone else who would wish to address the council at this time? Seeing none, I will declare this items from the audience period closed. Before we have the a motion on the consent calendar, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor Arnold to present an
So,
audit.
Madam Mayor, we
Oops, what
have a special presentation first.
I just looked right at you. Okay. So our special presentation is the Sound Transit update. And I wanted her to stay longer. Diana?
So I'll just introduce as Diana's pulling up the presentation. So we are very delighted today to have Julie Tim, the Sound Transit Chief Executive Officer, visit us. As you know, she has a 3-county region to serve, but she's here with us in the city of Kirkland. We're very happy to have her. She joined Sound Transit in September of 2022, and she's going to give us an update of things that impact Kirkland. So welcome, Julie. We're very happy to have you.
Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, members of council, for having me here today. It really is a pleasure and an honor to be able to talk to you about what Sound Transit is doing now and what we're looking to do in the future. I believe I'm allowed to just hit the next button, right? I'm scroll down. There, see, there we go. Thank you so much for that. I find that with each passing year, I'm becoming more and more my parents, and pressing a button multiple times until it actually works is usually the way I get things done when it comes to computers. So thank you again for the welcome here. I did come from the Richmond, Virginia area prior to this, where I was the CEO of the Greater Richmond Transit Company, primarily operating bus and BRT. I also did work in Nashville, where we had a multi-billion-dollar referendum to look for light rail there, and I also worked in Hampton Roads Transit, where we did expand light rail in the downtown area of that region, and we had ferries and BRT, and we had commuter buses. So pretty diverse background in transit, and really so pleased to come to this region and advance what is widely known across the nation as the largest expansion of public transit high-capacity service in the nation. We literally have almost all eyes in the country on this region looking at how we are expanding transit to serve our community, to connect more people, more places, equitably and sustainably. It's a mission that brought me here, and I am so proud to show you some of the advances we're making to deliver on those promises. This presentation is going to focus specifically on those items, capital projects that are ongoing right now for this specific part of our region, but our region is pretty large, and we do more than just capital. So this presentation does not include conversations around how we are currently operating our current system, some of the issues that we're facing the current system that we are working to address right now. I am prepared to answer those if you have questions about them, because I do believe it is incredibly important that as we're looking at this massive expansion of transit throughout the region, that this is the time to make sure that we're operating it right, that we have the system right, that we address the security, the safety, the fares, the cleanliness, the vertical conveyances, all the things that you see in the media, the passenger satisfaction, to make sure that we get those right now as we continue to expand through the region. But like I said, we're going to focus today on the system expansion. Our system right now is approximately 26 miles of light rail under construction that will open in the next 3 to 4 years. Will go up to 62 miles, and then after that, when we really get into ST3 construction, we'll be looking at 116 miles of light rail, 91 miles of Sounder, the commuter rail, and 46 miles of BRT. I understand that there's a lot of passion for BRT here, so we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Those are the services that are, besides the Sounders, more of the west side, the BRT and the light rail and the ST Express are the ones that you're going to see from us here now and in the future. Our region has approximately, the region of Sound Transit has about 3 million people that we serve. As we move forward in the next 15 years, projections are another $800,000, which is a 25% increase in our population. I don't drive a lot. I do drive some. Mostly I use transit, and I'll tell you that our roads need some very critical support in how we look at the multimodal connectivity. So it's not just about light rail construction. It's about how we support that interconnectivity to the bike network, to the pedestrian network, the overpasses and how people can cross over to connect, how we do our TOD so we can have that sustainability around our transit, so we're not spending transit necessarily, those dollars, reaching out into rural areas that maybe need a different level of transportation support, more on-demand, Uber, Lyft type of transportation networks. So when we talk about Sound Transit and the focus being on light rail and BRT, I want to say that our focus at Sound Transit is how do we connect across modes to make sure that our focus isn't just a single mode, but all modes. And that is a pivot that I believe that you'll see across the country. I bring it up now because our operating partners are a critical part of the success of our current operations, and they will continue to be a critical part of our success as we stand up BRT and light rail. And our partnerships with the cities and the counties is going to be critical to our success as we advance the expansion projects and as we start a new culture of transparency and accountability in how we communicate, how we're going to deliver on these, faced with an incredible shift in this growth, to be able to see the billions of dollars of investment that we will be putting in the ground and the workers required to do that, the billions of dollars of investments WashDOT will put in the ground at the same time, a high-level investment, I don't have the dollar figure, that the ports will put in the ground, along with the transit-oriented development, the commercial growth, and the other growth in this region. That means in the next few years, we're going to have a perfect storm of need of higher supply chain and labor to make these investments really deliver for our public. I just got on a soapbox there. Sorry about that. CEO prerogative. Really focusing on, I think what I've heard is incredibly important to this community is the BRT. The BRT schedule is moving forward in a staggered fashion where we have the S1 line, S2 line, S3 line. Each of these are progressing concurrently, and there are certain critical path items that need to be met before we can open up the system in its entirety from end to end. We must have our OMF operations and maintenance facility, our bus facility, built and in place that we can accept the vehicles and we can operate out of it. We must have, of course, the dedicated lanes put into place on these areas so that when those vehicles are here, they can run efficiently and have the time savings that our public expects and requires of this type of service. Knowing that those are the critical elements, we can look for opportunities to be able to open up without the full opening of every station and every alignment. How can we do that integrated network with our partners, King County Metro and others, so that when we do see, and I'm going to use the dreaded word here, when we see delays, when we do see those, that we have a path forward to open up incrementally and provide that service while we're looking through the obstacles of workforce shortages and supply chain issues and the ongoing growth of this region. We have paths forward to get success incrementally, so we're not waiting until later in 2027 to open the entire system all at once. We are also very excited that this is planned to be an entirely electric service. We're looking at electric articulated buses. Those are easy to obtain, and we are looking at the electric double-decker buses. It's a commitment we are very much aligned with, and we feel strongly. I will signal that there is risk in this. The manufacturer of the double-decker electric buses is ramping back up, so we do expect that that will be available to us. If it's not, we will come back with an update about how we can continue to support this all-electric fleet. I know it's a core value of this region as we set the example and the standard for the nation. That will continue to be a high priority for us. I also understand that there is a lot of interest in the Northeast 85th Inline Station. Sorry, I had to say that slowly. That contract was just awarded. It's being constructed through WashDOT, and it was awarded just a couple of months ago. We expect a groundbreaking later this fall. That's moving forward. I had a briefing about this very recently. I was pretty excited to hear about the connectivity to the East Trail. Did I get the name right? The bike trail that so many people are very much looking forward to connecting to. Again, these systems aren't just about one mode, they're about the interconnectivity of all modes. So as people use the system, they can go to a park and ride, they can use their bike, they can walk in the overpasses, they can connect through other bus systems. It truly is a system that connects people through all these services. And I just love the design of this. It's just an amazing engineering design that allows us to connect those multiple modes in the middle of the interstate or the freeway, which, by the way, is very, very challenging for a lot of these projects to be able to have that level of pedestrian and bike connectivity in the middle of a major arterial is a significant achievement, and I'm looking forward to seeing this groundbreaking and the construction move forward. Eastlink. I'll start going faster. I know that you have a long agenda, and I can talk forever, so I'm going to speed up here, and so we have some time for questions. The Eastlink starter, there are, you may be aware that we are looking for, and I believe you have signaled general support, maybe specific support, for an east side starter line. We are still moving forward with the anticipation that if we can achieve success on some of the barriers and obstacles we're facing, that we'll look for the board to approve a starter line to go into revenue service in the spring of 2024. It is not a done deal. It is not a foregone conclusion that this will happen. We still have significant risks to get there. We are managing them actively every single day. Some of those risks are due to workforce, not just the operators of the line, but the maintenance of the line, and to be able to have them available to us so that we can open safely and with the quality that's expected of a light rail service. We also have some technology called a passenger information management system, PIMS, that is instrumental not just in providing information to our passengers, but also in how our supervisors and dispatch connect to and talk to the trains. That is currently in testing. There are some hurdles to get through, but I have a very optimistic report from our staff that we are addressing those, and it's moving forward. I say that to say that we are starting with yes. We are starting with how do we get there, and by starting with yes, that helps us to be very transparent about our obstacles, how we're overcoming them, and how we're going to achieve success, knowing that there is the risk that we might not get there. My commitment is to a high level of transparency. That means hard conversations and hard truths, but I believe it means that we can work together to make these things happen. On the I-90 part of the corridor, this is, I think, a better slide. All those red lines that you see along the I-90 portion of the corridor is where we've had those issues you may have read about with the plinths. The plinths are the concrete structure that hold the rail ties that we are having to have demolished and reconstructed at the cost of the contractor. We are moving forward with those. We have a significant number of them demolished, and we have just approved the reconstruction methodologies and techniques so that they can start advancing towards the completion of the reconstruction over the course of this calendar year. We are watching it very, very closely with a high level of oversight to make sure that the quality that we expect is delivered this time. And our partner has been incredibly cooperative with us and has committed to a successful completion of this process in this fiscal year or this calendar year, I should say, for the plinths. And then once we have the plinths completed, we'll start with the remaining work to do the overhead catenary system, contact system, electrical system, the site testing to target a spring-summer 2025 opening across the water. With downtown Redmond, and this is the last project update, that is on status. We have actual project float on this project, which is always good to have because when we know that we have weather events that can eat into project float very, very fast. But not only do we have positive float in the schedule, my team says that they are gaining momentum on that. So we are definitely on track, no pun intended, to open in the spring of 2025 timeframe. And that's pretty exciting for us. There's a lot of TOD and connectivity in that region. The team showed me some of the innovation they're putting around vibration control and the connectivity of the bike ped infrastructure, the TOD that's coming around it. It is a very exciting project, and I look forward to some ribbon cuttings there soon with the Redmond Technology Station possibly opening for Microsoft and the community here in the next few months or so. And with that, I have talked for a very long time, and I want to thank you for indulging me in going on a couple of soapboxes, and thank you for your time, and I'm available to answer questions.
Well, thank you so much for a very comprehensive report. You came with a great resume, and it would appear that you're going to be able to get the job done for us.
Thank you. Thank you.
With that, I will go to Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Julie, for coming tonight. It's great to see you in person. we really appreciate the partnership with Sound Transit, working together on the design of 85th. As you mentioned, it's going to be innovative, and we've also done a lot of work on connections there. You've also mentioned looking forward to the groundbreaking, which is exciting. It sounds like it may happen later this year. That's fantastic. I also wanted to note, from the first planning meetings of this project, I served on the Sound Transit 405 Executive Advisory Group, and I'd asked about battery buses to some skepticism. And while the optimism that, well, this might be possible has grown over time, this is the first update that we've heard where you're saying, yes, we're planning for battery electric buses on the entire line. I just want to congratulate you on that.
Thank you.
We really do appreciate that Sound Transit has been able to be nimble and recognize the rapid development of the technology.
It is a challenging technology. I have not been a fan of electric buses in the past. We had them in Nashville and earlier generations. The technology has made a significant amount of progress, and we are looking to incorporate into the design end-of-line inductive charging to be able to maintain the charging of those buses. So the team has been very creative and innovative, and I'm pretty excited to be fully supportive of this direction.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks again for being here and giving an update on all those significant projects you have going on, and just being really transparent in how you're addressing some of the challenges that you face as an agency. One of the things that I think about is that, a transit trip is more than just like a bus or train trip, right? It's really about how you connect to the transit system as well. So you start out walking to a bus stop, then you get on a bus, and you ride the bus, and then you maybe transfer to a train or to another bus, and then, it goes on from there. But that rider experience is very important, thinking about that as a system, right? And one of the major changes that we supported in Kirkland was the truncation of the Route 255, which is a metro route, but it was truncated to the UW light rail station. And we got a lot of comments from the community about, hey, this is going to decrease or worsen my rider experience because I'm going to have to transfer. And we worked with Sound Transit and Metro and SDOT to kind of make sure that didn't happen. But unfortunately, some of the fears have come true, and it kind of relates to as you said, the vertical conveyance situation, or escalators, to the term I use, I guess. And I was explaining that I was going to bring this subject up to the city manager this morning, and he was like, "Oh, I had firsthand experience with this this past weekend when he's coming back from the airport and had to lug his bags up the stairs because the escalators weren't working, and the line was incredibly long to use the elevator." So it just kind of it's a question that's, I know that you probably get often, and I hear from the public a lot. But what is the plan to make sure that this doesn't happen at news stations that come online? That how are you going to fix and keep those escalators working on an ongoing basis? And kind of what are the agency's goals? Like, is it a 99% rate of they're always working? How quickly are they fixed? Is it within 48 hours? Do you have goals and measures and performance measures that you try to achieve from all of that?
Absolutely. So you're going to have to cut me off because I can talk about this one all day.
Right.
I don't know if you were on, did you come back on Sunday afternoon?
Roosevelt Station.
Sunday afternoon, we were having some issues on the line that were outside of our control, which of course is what you have when you have an operational system. There are some times when, to preserve safety and quality, you need to pivot how you operate, and that did happen to us this weekend. Regarding the vertical conveyances, good news and bad news. Let's start with the bad news. The bad news is that the current system is composed of approximately 200 vertical conveyances, escalators, and elevators through the current operational system. I believe the number, I don't have, someone's going to quote me on this, and my team is going to come back later and say, that's the wrong number. I believe that when we're fully built out, we're looking at over 500 vertical conveyances. Doesn't give you great confidence that if we can't keep them operating now, how are we going to keep 500 operating? So that's the oof. the majority, not all, the majority of the assets, and let's just call them elevation escalators, that have been down. About a year and a half ago, we started to take care of the assets in the downtown Seattle Transit Tunnel. At that time, there were 58 of these assets in play, and 28 of them were non-functioning. Right now, we have approximately 4 in the tunnel that are non-functioning. Right now, when one goes down, we have a contract in place where when Schindler is our vendor, would come out, and we would ask them to come out during operating hours, normal business hours, which means that something could be down for hours or days before they were able to get to it. We have asked them to up their game, and they have been amazingly collaborative with us, where they'll come out at night and on the weekends, and we are seeing elevators and escalators when they go down, and when we're notified, they're coming out onto the site within 1 to 2 hours, and if it's an easy fix, and sometimes it is, they'll be back in service within half an hour, a couple of hours. If it's a harder fix, maybe a couple of days. We have an online tool that does talk about all the elevation escalators that are out. Our goal is 95% of them working at all times. The challenge then becomes that some of the ones that are down are the newer stations, not in the tunnel. And why are those going down? I'll be transparent that there's a lot more to this and a lot more nuance, so what I'm just going to say might seem a little unfair to my team, and I apologize for that because I love my team very much. I have adopted them wholeheartedly. But when you're trying to make sure that a project opens on scope, schedule, and budget, and you don't have bidders on vertical conveyances, sometimes you have to pivot to make sure you meet those deadlines. And in this case, in some of these assets, there was a pivoting. They are still transit-grade quality, but they're not the higher duty quality that we are expecting now. They don't have the redundancy that we are expecting now. The Bellevue Transit Center, I went there just a few weeks ago to look at inspect one of the items that's going on, and they have 2 very large elevators adjacent to each other, so we have redundancy. These assets will break. Anything that has a motor, that has gears, will break. However, we are doing a very high level of engagement with contractors. We're going to have multiple vendors to get them working as fast as possible. We're also putting AI technology on them so that when they do go down, we are notified immediately. I will say that the majority of these assets, when they do go out of service, it tends to be, right now, very frequently misuse, people jumping on them, vandalism. I won't go into the details of that, but we can go into the details of what they're doing, and we're making them waterproof to prevent that vandalism. I think that gives you all the information you need on that. And the higher quality that we're expecting on future systems will ensure that they stay up more reliably, and we don't have to put quite as much money into maintaining them. We are also looking to replace all of the vertical conveyances in the tunnel over the next 7 to 10 years. It's a challenging project because to take that out and put it back in, the envelope to put in a heavier duty escalator or elevator can mean that if we don't, if we're not careful, we'll have to shut down service during this period where we're putting that in order to access the tunnels in the system. We're trying to figure out what's the best way to do it, a heavier duty or a better, higher quality, but without that heavy duty so that we don't have to shut down service. My point is, with all these words, is we have a plan and we're on it.
No, it sounds like it. Yeah, thank you for the detailed response.
Told you I could talk for
Sorry
days
for
on
the
this one.
question, but yeah, it's just something that, I know you hear a lot about, and we do too, so.
If I can just, one more indulgence. With all that said, if you're the person who's lugging your luggage upstairs, and every time you go, you see that elevator or escalator out, your perception becomes your reality, that Sound Transit just can't get it right. We are working on better communication to be faster and speedier on wayfinding around these and to get them back in service. Because again, perception can be reality, and we need to manage that as well.
Thank you, Julie. Great presentation. It's exciting to get another shot in the arm with regard to Sound Transit, and we'll look forward to following your success.
Thank you so much again. I was an honor to speak. I apologize for speaking so much, but I'm pretty passionate about this, and you can't stop me talking once I get started.
Okay, well, we'll see you out there.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, now it is time for the consent calendar. Before we have a motion, I would like to ask Deputy Mayor Arnold for an audit of the accounts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $3,860,304.92 and bills in the amount of $5,483,839.18.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Black. Any discussion? Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I have comments on a couple of the items on the consent agenda. The first one is Ordinance 4842, and this is the update to the Motor Vehicle Towing and Storage Service Code. I just wanted to thank the staff for getting this done so quickly. It was just like 2 months ago that this issue of the location requirements for vehicle storage lots was brought to our attention. And not only did the staff get that issue addressed, but did a pretty comprehensive updating of this whole code. And I went above and beyond the call of duty, so I just want to express appreciation to them for that. There is an issue that actually comes up later in the LRM related to animal control, which is in the LRM for animal control, it talks about the difficulty of people without cars of getting out to the shelter to pick up their dogs because the buses just don't go there. And we kind of have that same social equity issue here. If somebody's car is in storage, how do they get out to pick up their car? And this is something that we're going to have to keep in mind as we continue. I don't have a solution to that, but I want to at least keep that in mind and think about it. It's a really tough balance. The other thing that I wanted to comment on was in the procurement report, which is item 10 on the consent agenda. And the particular issue has to do with the contract for the fencing for the Houghton Park and Ride. And I did send an email to the city manager about this earlier, and I think I copied the rest of you. But I'm curious to learn, and it doesn't have to be right now, how is it that Kirkland ends up paying to fence property we don't even own yet? And why does it cost $133,000 to do that? How long is that contract for, the rental of the fencing, et cetera? And I didn't see any documentation of where that money's coming from because $133,000 really is a lot of money. So for the city manager, were you able to look into any of that, or is that something we can get a response about later?
So I apologize, I did not see your email, but I can address it in the city manager report. So I have a pretty good update for you on that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to comment briefly on item number 2 on the consent agenda, the utility box art wraps. First, I just want to thank so much the Cultural Arts Commission and the city staff for your work on this. I am thrilled that we're bringing this beautiful and diverse art to our city. You may recall during budget discussions, I wasn't thrilled that all the funding that I had requested in the last budget hadn't been spent. So I'm really excited to see this money getting spent earlier on. This is exciting. I'm hoping that we have a nice problem of the money is spent and you come to us asking for more money for more diverse art in the community. I think that would be a wonderful discussion and problem to have. Funding these BIPOC artists to bring this beautiful diverse art to our community is exactly what we heard from community members as one thing we need to do to create a greater sense of belonging in our city. So I'm so proud of this work. Well, I should mention that for those who aren't aware that this was funded through specific funding in our budget for set aside for diverse art. I'd also additionally like to thank our human services staff. Recently, they proposed a handful of ideas to the Human Services Commission for how to spend the money that was set aside for BIPOC community members. And one of those ideas was really cool and related to this. They were all wonderful ideas. But to bring a community art project led by a BIPOC artist, such as a mural, to our community. There was a young Black woman a few years ago who did propose an idea for a mural in our city to the Cultural Arts Commission. So I think that's just such a wonderful idea. This is something that the Human Services staff had heard from the BIPOC community is something that they would really love to see. And I love this idea. And if we have any more funding for diverse art in our budget to be able to spend on that, I'd love to have us consider that idea from the Human Services staff. And If not, please come to us and maybe ask us for some funding to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had two things that I wanted to raise related to the consent agenda. I wanted to kind of build off of what Councilmember Falcone said, because I was planning on raising the utility boxes too. And maybe just add on to what you said is I would really like to understand and have staff look into like how many utility boxes do we have in the city, and what would it take to create a program to where it can be an ongoing thing? You know, what would that funding need to be? Because there's a lot more opportunities out there, and I'd like to. I just don't want this to be a one-off situation. So if staff could do that. The second thing is I noticed that we have a progress report on the transportation master plan on the consent agenda, and this report noted that we had 0 traffic deaths in 2022, which was, obviously really good to see. Unfortunately, we had a very tragic incident that occurred earlier this month in Rose Hill, and it was a Monday morning, and while on a walk, Jinko Kume was in a fatal collision. And Jinko was a beloved member of the local community. And just on behalf of council, I wanted to wish her family and friends, some who have reached out to me, much peace and strength as they navigate this difficult time. And as our Vision Zero plan emphasizes, one life lost to a senseless collision is one life too many. So, Mayor, I'd just like to ask for a moment of silence.
All right. Have a moment of silence.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, question is on the motion this is a roll call vote. Question is on the motion to approve the consent calendar moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Black. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes, thank you. This takes us to item number 10, our business agenda. The first item on our agenda is the 2023 Miscellaneous Kirkland Zoning Code Amendment adoption. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we are looking for action tonight. These are code amendments that don't have strong policy implications, but are cleanups in the code. And here to give you the presentation on that is our Planning and Building Deputy Director, Allison Zeich.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor Sweet, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and council members. I'm not going to take much of your time tonight. I have 5 slides from here, but we are bringing this to you after a Planning Commission hearing last month and a recommendation to you and bringing these forward for adoption tonight. Just as a brief reminder of what the city manager went over, we tend to bring you a package of miscellaneous code amendments annually. These are generally amendments without policy implications that are improving the code or improving the clarity of the code to reflect current practice, maintain consistency with other regulations, in some instances correct errors we've found in the code, and also to codify policy direction from council. On that, we have 9 code amendments in front of you tonight for adoption, and they tend to fall into kind of 3 buckets. I've rolled them up here just for brevity. So the first bucket is code amendments that are just to make consistent policy intent that was already adopted by council, but perhaps wasn't carried out consistently throughout the actual code amendment. So the first one is simply updating an error, something we missed when we did the Houghton amendments. So we're fixing a miss to make sure that FAR applies consistently throughout the city, as was the intent of council when you adopted those. The second is similar, so this is correcting an error regarding retail storage services and where those are allowed, and that has to do in the Houghton Everest Neighborhood Center. The third is updating some references in the Holmes Point overlay chapter to reference the adopted Holmes Point Drive design standards and also to correct just an inconsistent reference to tree density. The second bucket is simply clarifying the code just to make it more clear for applicants and then also to make it easier for staff to consistently apply that code, and that has to do with land use buffer modifications, floor area ratio calculations, work hours exceptions, a nonconformance chapter, just correcting something for clarity in that, and then also improving the clarity of our average building elevation calculation plate in Chapter 180 of the zoning code. And then the last bucket is kind of a miscellaneous amendment amongst the miscellaneous code amendments, and this one is related to master plan requirements in the TL3 zones. So the TL3 zones cover Evergreen Hospital, and this one came about by the request of Evergreen Hospital as they wish to come in and propose an update to their master plan for a potential expansion. And so when that expansion was proposed to us, we found that as kind of an oddity in our code, when their master plan was adopted originally, we codified some very specific square footage caps for the hospital and also some trip thresholds for the hospital. So those were also captured in the master plan. They were also captured likely in the SEPA review that was done for that originally, but we also codified them. And so what we're proposing to do here to allow Evergreen Hospital to propose that expansion is simply to remove the specific square footage and trip threshold limitations, and that will allow them to propose a new master plan. That master plan does have to be reviewed through a 2B process, so that's a hearing with the hearing examiner and a recommendation to City Council, and there would be opportunities for public participation. The new master plan will require a new SEPA determination and also the review of a transportation impact analysis. Those are actually in review right now, contingent upon this being adopted by council. And my understanding from the applicant and the planner reviewing that project is that the trips proposed with the new master plan actually don't exceed those in the code right now, but we're still proposing and recommending to remove that trip count from the code, and then it would be reviewed with the master plan. And with that, I'll open it up for any council questions, and we are recommending that you adopt Ordinance 4844.
Thank you, Allison. Very efficient. Questions, discussion? Councilmember Pascal.
I just had a follow-up question. It's on the subject that you just spoke to, Allison, regarding that TL3 zone. So you mentioned that they had specific square footage and trip limitations. Is that, do you know the reason why that was done in the first place? Was it because they'd done an EIS or something and the EIS had identified that as the upper limit, or do you have any kind of context to, I'm curious, because that obviously was important for some reason probably long ago.
Yeah, we dug into that a bit, and it did happen a long time ago, so much so that we're having trouble tracking the exact history down. But there would have been a SEPA determination for the original master plan. And the reason that we're recommending we strike those very specific square footage and trip counts is because we haven't done that for other master plans in the city, actually codified what those limits are in the zone. And so that's why, to be consistent, we're recommending we remove them here, and then we still have the method to review them and make sure they're appropriate.
Okay, yeah, it's just more curiosity. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve Ordinance 4844?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Black. Any further discussion? Question is on the motion to approve Ordinance 4844. Clerk, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
This takes us to item B, the electric leaf blower initiative adoption. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is the second time you've heard this topic, and this version that we're bringing back to you has all the council feedback that we've heard, and we are looking for council discussion and adoption tonight. And here to give that presentation is our Government Affairs Manager, Diana Hart.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Deputy Mayor. Tonight we have a very brief presentation for you tonight, and I'm joined by Carly Droger if you have any questions for us at the end. Recapping the previous action that you've taken to date, as a refresher, a couple of years ago you adopted your sustainability master plan that included specific notes and goals of transitioning landscaping equipment from gas-powered to electric. Last year, you adopted your biennial budget that included $500,000 in ARPA funding to support the city's internal and community transition to electric leaf blowers. Earlier this year, you adopted the city work plan that included goals of implementing this sustainability master plan, and just earlier this month, you discussed the draft resolution. At that meeting, you discussed some of these potential changes that we incorporated into the resolution that's before you tonight. We captured some of the big policy changes in the memo and included them in track changes in the report, so hopefully that captured all the things that you discussed at your last meeting. We covered expanding stakeholder engagement to include specific groups, consideration of exploring a regional approach and what that might mean for the process overall, emphasis of an education campaign for the community and for businesses, incorporation of this effort into legislative agendas in the future, inclusion of the financial incentive to be specifically for the household transition in addition to the business community, call out for the acknowledgement that the noise complaints have been a big origination for this effort, and the 3 phases that are proposed are targets that will be influenced by the previous phase and not necessarily specific requirements, and consideration of a staggered replacement approach as equipment improves, but also with our procurement practices. So next steps, council tonight can adopt, further amend, and then adopt, defer action to a later date, or take no action. If and when council does approve the resolution, we will begin implementation and obviously keep you all updated on how things are going and check back in as needed. With that, turn things back to you for discussion, and then as I noted, Carly and I are available for any questions that you have.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, so why don't we start with a resolution? Councilmember Curtis?
Madam Mayor, I want to make a motion to approve Resolution 5585, authorizing the city manager to implement the electric leaf blower initiative.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone. Discussion?
I'll go ahead.
Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you. I just want to compliment you. Both of you did a great job of synthesizing all of the feedback that you received from us. I thought it was really well done. I know the community is very excited that we get moving on this. So I think that we should take the next step forward and improve this resolution. And then I'm looking for the opportunity to collaborate with our neighboring cities on this, and also discussing this with our legislators during the interim.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Earlier today, I sent out an email that contained a few proposed amendments. There were a 3 other amendments that the staff decided to accept as Scrivener issues, editorial issues, so I won't address those. But I'd like to go through the amendments in the order that they're in the email that I sent out. The first amendment is an adjustment to the 3rd whereas clause beginning on line 14 of the resolution. And it's to align the text of the resolution with the text of the previous resolution 5578 that we adopted on February 21st, and that was the city work program. And this resolution quotes the city work program, but it quotes it based on the original text that was proposed by the staff and did not reflect amendments that we accepted. And so this amendment would strike from that 3rd whereas clause the words climate justice as we struck them in the work program. So I'd like to move approval of amendment number 1.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Councilmember Curtis. Further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you. Second amendment is to simplify the text in the 7th whereas clause beginning on line 37, which says Research also shows gas-powered equipment has negative health impacts on operators and negative environmental impacts from extracting natural resources and burning fossil fuels. And then continues on, that contribute to climate change. And this amendment proposes to strike those last 5 words, that contribute to climate change. And I move adoption of amendment number 2.
Do I get a second? Motion fails for lack of a second.
Lack of a second. Thank you. The Third Amendment and the Fourth Amendment, as I read through the draft resolution, it struck me that some of the terminology that was being used was inconsistent with the terminology that we have more commonly used recently when talking about DEI issues. And in particular, the Third Amendment, which affects the 8th whereas clause beginning on line 41, it uses, that whereas clause uses the phrase minority members of the community. And I think that minority has kind of fallen into disfavor. I asked our DEIB director or manager if there was a more current alternative. She suggested culturally diverse. And I understand there may be some alternative proposals, but just to get the discussion started, I'd like to move approval of Amendment 3.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Nixon,
Second.
seconded by Councilmember Black. Further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Amendment 4, similar. This is in the 10th whereas clause beginning on line 51. It uses the phrase low-income community members. And even back when I was in the legislature, we passed a statute that said we should always refer to the people first. And so we wanted to propose to amend that to community members that may be experiencing economic constraints. And again, this is language suggested by our DEIB manager. And with that, I move approval of amendment number 4.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Councilmember Black. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. The Fifth Amendment is to the 11th whereas clause beginning on line 55. And you'll recall that when we were talking about the city work plan, we decided to delete the words climate justice because that was kind of a vague concept. And this whereas clause uses a similar clause, environmental justice. And so to be consistent, I just wanted to propose striking the clause that says bearing the environmental justice components of gas-powered equipment in mind, because it wasn't clear to me exactly what that meant. So that would leave the whereas clause as research also shows an environmental trade-off by converting to electric equipment where the mining, extraction, production, and recycling processes for batteries also causes significant environmental harm. And so I move approval of Amendment 5.
Been moved by Councilmember Nixon,
Second.
seconded by Councilmember Black. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilmember Black.
I did want to just quickly explain my second. I'm not sure what that clause means either. And I just in favor of a clear, concise statement.
Thank you. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
All right, the Sixth Amendment. This is in section 1B, beginning on line 108. It reads, reduce negative health impacts caused by gas emissions. It just struck me that we're not actually talking about gas emissions. We're talking about emissions from gas-powered leaf blowers. And so this amendment would replace gas emissions with emissions from gas-powered leaf blowers. So I move adoption of amendment number 6.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Nixon, second by Councilmember Curtis. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And then I'll talk about Amendments 7 and 8 together. One of the things that struck me is that while, of course, people could voluntarily begin replacing gas with electric powered landscaping equipment earlier than we will eventually adopt an actual ban on gas-powered equipment, I think the people of the city are looking for action sooner than that. And what I would really like to see us do is see if sooner than the timeline, earlier than the timeline laid out in this resolution, we could identify ways to enhance our enforcement of the existing city noise regulations on gas and electric powered landscaping equipment. For example, the decibel levels at the property line, those kind of things. And I'll have some more comments about this later in calendaring. But I think it's important that we try to identify other ways to address the noise concerns earlier than the timelines. And so the proposal is to add a new subsection E to section 1 of the resolution that says develop mechanisms to effectively and immediately improve enforcement of existing city noise regulations, KMC 1148.070 and KZC 11595, on all uses of gas and electric powered landscaping equipment to provide relief to residents prior to conversion or technological improvements. And so I move approval of Amendment 7.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Nixon, second by Councilmember Pascal. Further discussion? Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this was an amendment that we only saw earlier today, so I just want to have a question, and then I have two questions. The first is if I had had a weekend to spend with this, I would have taken a look at the code references and made sure those were the proper code references. That's what I do. I want to make sure these code references came from City Attorney's Office, or
yes, they're the correct references to the municipal code and the zoning code, Councilmember Black.
Okay, good enough. And then my other comment, this is one of those words that sort of jumps out at you if you're a lawyer drafting contracts and legislation. That's the word immediately. Yeah. Just one of that adjective, that adverb is something a lot of times to be avoided. I feel a little uncomfortable having I think it might be enough to simply say develop mechanisms to effectively improve enforcement rather than suggesting we can do that immediately. And so if I would like to make an amendment, I would like to propose an amendment to the amendment.
Can that just be a friendly amendment?
I don't think so,
Okay.
unfortunately. I mean,
you may.
Councilmember Nixon may second it. So I would like to make I'd like to move for an amendment to the amendment that would strike the words "and" immediately and simply leave the beginning of that sentence to say develop mechanisms to effectively improve enforcement.
Okay.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Black, seconded by Councilmember Nixon to amend the amendment as he just described. Any further discussion? Councilmember Falcone.
I have discussion on the original amendment.
Okay, we're good then. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Last one.
Now we're back on the amendment.
Oh, we're back on the amendment. Okay, so we're back to amendment number 7. Further discussion. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we received an email from Director Weinstein earlier today, I believe, on just a little bit of clarification on what is legally allowed. Is that directly connected to this? Am I, Councilmember Nixon, is that? Well,
That's a good question. Did I see that one?
so there was an email that talked about leaf blowers and noise standards and during what hours they can be used. I haven't fully processed it, to be honest. I skimmed it. I had time to skim it. So my question is, can we speak to what is actually allowed under law? Because if I'm interpreting this email correctly, it's okay if they're louder as long as they're not like excessively used like all day, every day for a week straight or something like that. So what will we be enforcing? Because what I have heard from the community is that it's during working hours, which are the hours this is allowed, that there's a lot of concern. Originally, we got emails from folks who had kids who were doing remote school, and from a lot of folks who have transitioned to working from home, and it was really challenging during the day when they were trying to hold meetings. I haven't gotten the sense from the community that this is happening early in the morning or late at night that are outside the allowable hours. It's really just the noise level during the hours that I think it's already permissible. So I'm trying to understand the intent of this amendment. Is it a problem that people are violating that, or are you proposing that we actually look at, it doesn't sound like you're proposing we look at changing that, but that we enforce what's already there?
Councilmember Nixon?
Thank you. Well, yeah, so I sent a separate email a couple days ago where I said that we had been hearing from people in the community, and we heard during public comment tonight, that people are under the impression that lawn equipment is exempt from the noise ordinance entirely. And my reading of our noise ordinance, those two sections that were referred to, is that is not the case. What it says is that they are presumed to be a public nuisance during overnight hours, but during the workday or during basically daylight hours, they're allowed to be used, but my reading of it was that they still have to obey the decibel level limits at the property line specified in the WAC. After the comments that we received during public comment tonight, I decided to poke a little further into the WAC. And if you look at WAC 173-60-050, it actually says this, and I think this is what people in the community group were referring to. It says, the following shall be exempt from the provisions of WAC 173-60-040, which is the one that sets the decibel limits. Between the hours of 7 a.m. and 10 p.m., and then A, the very first thing, sounds originating from residential property relating to temporary projects for the maintenance or repair of homes, grounds, and appurtenances. Now, you could read that and say, this means that landscapers on residential property are not subject to the decibel limits 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. And if that's what people are referring to, then we have a problem because we can't fix that ourselves. This is in state law. But that said, I still think I would like to ask the staff to give us recommendations, which is what this amendment is basically asking for, on how we can enforce whatever the noise ordinance is that we have right now. We've had a lot of discussions about noise enforcement in the past. A lot of the focus has been on muffler noise and busking noise, less about targeted enforcement of landscaping equipment noise. And that's what my intent is to ask the staff to come back and tell us what are effective means used around the country, around the world, to enforce this issue of landscaping equipment noise. And that's what I'm hoping for. And understanding the relationship between this WAC and our local ordinances is an important part of that, because we do incorporate this WAC by reference into our local ordinance.
Thank you, Councilmember Nixon. That was my interpretation as well, and my understanding, which is, and you kind of hinted at my second question, was really understanding how much of a lift this is going to be and what it would entail, because I was under the assumption that it may entail, advocacy at the state level, right? And is that what we're proposing that we're doing with this? There may be nothing that we can currently do, right? So, I mean, I think it'd be a little bit more comfortable if it was like explore the development of mechanisms or something like that, because I'm just not confident, or I'm curious from staff how much work this would be and how confident you are that we could develop mechanisms.
And I see that Adam has joined us. Adam?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Sweet and Councilmember Nixon. It's a very nuanced and complicated issue, and we could probably spend a whole hour discussing, how our noise ordinance is enforced in regards to leaf blowers. And I think you're right. That WAC provision, Councilmember Nixon, that you were citing. Our general interpretation is that does exempt residential lawn maintenance from these noise standards. And generally speaking, and this was described a bit in my email earlier today, we generally consider normal landscape maintenance activities when folks are using leaf blowers or other landscape maintenance equipment that's operating soundly within the hours that we identify in the code for when this equipment can be used to be compliant with the noise code. The point I was trying to make in the email is that there are probably situations where the noise is very happening for long periods of time, and maybe there's multiple pieces of equipment being used at one time that could trigger an exceedance of our noise standards in the code that are also referenced, incorporate references in the WAC as well. So again, very complicated, nuanced issue. It's a very difficult thing to enforce because leaf blowers and other landscaping equipment travel around a property at any given time. The noise fluctuates sometimes across an hour. The noise standards are not established for instantaneous maximum noise levels. They imply some sort of averaging over a period of time that's not necessarily identified in the code. So it's just a very nuanced issue, and I think we can bring back some options for more effective enforcement. I probably raised more questions than answered them, but hopefully that provides a little bit of background in how we do noise enforcement for this stuff.
It does, thank you. And that last statement you made was really helpful, that you feel like you can come back with options. Does this have staff on the hook that if none of the options are feasible, we're okay? Because to me, it seems clear to develop them, that we have to develop them. But if there is no feasible option, then we're okay with that result.
They can report that to us, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black?
I did raise my hand before. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did raise my hand before Director Weinstein spoke, so he did answer some of the questions. One thing that I did pick up on in the email we received from the director earlier today was that state law doesn't preempt us from our ordinance from restricting the hours, and we have actually done that.
Yeah.
So 8 to 8 on weekdays and 6 to, 7 or something on weekends and holidays or something like that. So that's enforceable. And I did interpret this amendment as basically developing mechanisms to effectively enforce our existing code as it is with its integration with state law. Okay. And I kind of understand the next amendment may get a little bit more to, although not clearly, but may get a little bit more to what we might consider in the future for even improved enforcement, maybe even zone or code amendments. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Question is on the amended amendment, moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Councilmember Pascal. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you. And the last one is associated with the preceding one. Basically adds this improved enforcement of noise regulations to the timeline in 2023. So I'm making a bit of an assumption that staff would be able to come back to us with recommendations and we would be able to approve those later this year, which would be a couple of years earlier than any gas leaf blower ban would go into effect, which is later on scheduled in 2025. So I'm going to guess that Councilmember Black would like to strike immediate here as well. But I will make the motion, and then he can move to amend what he wants to amend. So I move that we approve amendment number 8.
Second.
Moved by Counselor Nixon, seconded by Councilmember Falcone. Discussion, Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, actually, because of the context, I think it's more clear what immediate relief here means. Immediate relief means relief in 2023. I don't have a problem with the use of the term immediate here.
Thank you. Question is on the motion. Moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Council. Sorry.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to also amend this
Well,
motion.
why not?
Mine won't be so complicated. This motion, or this section, speaks to who we're going to reach out to as regional partners.
Point of order.
Yes.
Did we vote on amendment number 8?
We did, no, we did not.
But we don't.
we did.
Did we?
This
Okay.
is,
We
Sorry, I
did
missed
not.
it.
We did not.
this is Amendment 8.
You're amending the amendment?
Are you amending the amendment or?
I'm amending your amendment.
Oh, okay, it is there. Okay. Yes, thanks.
Can I make one,
But, you know,
just
Yeah.
one comment on
City
the?
Manager?
So, not for or against the amendment as Councilmember Nixon has described, but deploys improved enforcement of noise regulations does presume, one, we've identified them, two, we have the extra resources necessary and they are deployed. So it's very proactive, strong language that assumes you're going to make some decisions that we haven't put in front of you yet. So that may take another code enforcement officer as an example, right? Or it may take, so I just want to make sure you're thinking that through as you look at that language.
Okay, I'm going to turn it back to Councilmember.
do you want me to
Curtis.
finish mine? Okay.
And if you would like, you could do what he suggested.
I'm trying to find another verb. Okay, let me do mine first. So this section talks about regional partners, so I would like to amend the motion to add the Washington State Nursery and Landscape Association, which is a statewide organization of landscape professionals that might have some input on the previous discussion we just had about noise ordinances. Good potential partners for regional and statewide collaboration. They also have a full-time lobbyist on staff.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone to amend to include the organizations
Washington State,
listed.
yes.
Fine. Further discussion? Question is on the amendment to the amendment. Moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Question is on the original amendment.
Madam Mayor?
Councilmember Nixon.
Yeah, in consideration of the comment from the city manager, I'm thinking about proposing that we insert any council approved between deploys and improved. So it says, and deploys any council approved improved enforcement. Oh, that's kind of awkward. Council approved improved enforcement. So it would say that when the council approves any improved enforcement measures, then they would be deployed. So we,
That'd be great.
I think that
want
needs
to consider that to be an amendment? So I'll move that we insert the words, any council approved after deploys.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Nixon, second by Councilmember Falcone to adjust the words as he just described. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The amended, now we're back to the amended amendment number 8. All those in favor, please, moved by Councilmember Nixon, second by Councilmember Falcone. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. That was exhausting. Back to the original motion moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone to adopt the amended resolution 5585. All those in favor, please. Discussion. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to, for the benefit, I know we all recognize this, but want to mention it for the benefit of the public. The action we're taking tonight does not actually ban gas leaf blowers. It sets up a timeline on which some things will happen immediately, like we get on an immediate path to transition the city's equipment from gas to electric. But mostly, it's asking or directing the staff to bring us back recommendations for future consideration. And I'm fine with that. I think this is something that needs to be studied further, and I look forward to getting that further information and recommendations from the staff. And so I plan to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Question is on the motion moved by Councilmember Curtis, second by Councilmember Falcone to adopt a resolution 5585. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved. Thank you very much, Diana and Carly. This takes us to item number C, the Kirkland Way Cross Kirkland Corridor Low Bridge Safety Evaluation Briefing. Do we want to take a break now? Okay. Sorry, Joel. Okay, so we're going to take a 15-minute break and be back at 9:16. 16? No. 10? 10's enough. Is it 10? Okay, fine. Yeah. Thank you. We are back in session following a short break. And we are at our business item C, the Kirkland Way Cross Kirkland Corridor Low Bridge Safety Evaluation Briefing. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. We wanted to check in on the Kirkland Low Bridge. And here to give that presentation is Daniel Rawlings, our transportation engineer, and Joel Funt, our transportation manager.
Okay, so good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. I'm going to be turning over to Daniel here immediately, and he's going to be talking a little bit about a little bit of the background of the signage that's been installed here in the last couple of years, give an update on the latest data collection, crash information that we've collected, and look at some of the historical data as well. And then also provide a little bit of research, some information on some research we've been doing on some of the latest treatments for low clearance bridges like this. And then I'll do a wrap up. So I'll hand it over to Daniel.
Good evening, Mayor Sweet, City Council. Thank you all for having us on tonight. Here to share an update on the Kirkland Way Low Clearance Bridge. What I think most of you all know is the truck eating bridge. Focus of this presentation tonight is going to be on crash mitigation has been done here, reviewing the bridge-related crash history, and discussing next steps. So some brief background information. At the beginning of 2022, the transportation group was asked to investigate various crash mitigation efforts to reduce the number of crashes with the bridge. With the concurrence of the City Council, we came up with the plan that you see here. It's an enhanced signing plan that was implemented in December of 2020. Prior to the installation of these signs, there were just 11-foot 6-inch low clearance warning signs in each direction. We added several new warning signs, and in order to increase the visibility of the new signs, we installed them on both sides of the road, and these signs are also oversized and larger than the previous signs that were installed here. I'd also like to mention that in December of 2021, local community members hung the shark banners on the bridge, which you could see in the previous slide, which is, as of earlier this year, the city is now in possession of, and we believe these banners have been successful in getting local media attention on the bridge, and in general, making drivers more aware of the bridge and the low clearance situation. So going into the crash history, before we dive into the numbers, a few brief notes on how this data was gathered. It was obtained through our internal crash record database, and also obtained from WashDOT in order to cross-check and provide a more extensive crash history, since our own database only goes back to 2012, while WashDOT has data going back to 2007. Crash reports were then verified, or were then reviewed to verify that the bridge was struck, and also to confirm the direction that the vehicle was traveling. And these the crashes that you see here are just the reported crashes for which there's a police incident report. It likely does not capture, every incident of a truck striking the bridge, but this is the data that we have. So looking at the available crash history and stages from 2007 to 2015, there were relatively few reported crashes per year with the bridge, like around 2 or so, except for outlier year in 2013 where there was 7. Crash numbers with the bridge start to tick up in 2016 and 2017 to around 7 to 8 crashes per year. And then in the 3 full years prior to the signs being installed, we're averaging over 11 reported crashes with the bridge per year. But these numbers have fallen in 2021 and 2022, dropping to 7 and 6 respectively, which is over a 40% decrease in the average number of crashes per year. And so the crash level appears to be closer to the 2016, 2017 levels prior to the 3-year spike in 2018 to 2020. A few other trends that I want to point out is that the number of crashes don't seem to be strongly tied to the to the number of vehicles on the road, as you can see with the average daily traffic volume, where volume is about the same now as it was in 2019 when crashes were higher, and volume is even lower than it was in years past when crashes were lower. So doesn't really seem to be a correlation between volume on Kirkland Way and the number of crashes. Also like to note that while these crashes with the bridge can be quite dramatic, thankfully, crashes that are occurring are not injury related. Only a handful over the years have been. And the final thing I'd like to point out is that a clear majority of crashes involve a vehicle heading in the eastbound direction. Nearly 75% of crashes involve a truck traveling eastbound on Kirkland Way. So while these last 2 years are promising, we'd still like to wait for 3 full years of data. A larger sample size will allow us to more confidently say that crashes have been reduced here long term. And if the current trend holds true of 5 to 7 crashes per year with the bridge, we feel we're at an acceptable level. This represents a nearly 40 to 50% crash reduction from the previous years, and that number is quite significant. If there is a desire to look into further mitigation, we are open to exploring other ideas. One example that has been brought up in the past is this low clearance curtain system that cities like Spokane and San Antonio have installed in recent years. The way it works is that they've attached flexible delineator posts, which are those kind of reflective guideposts that you normally see on the side of the road, plastic hollow tubes, and they've hung them from a traffic signal mast arm and at a height equal to what the low clearance height is. So when a oversized truck is traveling on the road, they'll strike the plastic tubes, make a good deal of noise, probably rattle the driver a little bit, and hopefully alert them to the low clearance situation. We had our group had previously expressed some reservations about a system like this. They do generate quite a bit of noise when they're struck, and Kirkland Way is in a pretty heavy residential area, so that might be a nuisance to some of the residents there. This also is not a standard traffic control device. It's not mentioned in the Manual and Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which is the federal guidelines on traffic control devices. The Federal Highway Administration does have a process for experimenting with new devices. However, I'm not sure if Spokane or San Antonio pursued this method. We did have conversations with staff from both those cities, and neither mentioned doing so. So we would assume that they did not, but we don't know for sure. If we were to go down the same route, there could be some liability concerns with people filing claims against the city for damages that a system like this might do to their vehicles. But on the flip side, in our talks with San Antonio, they have said a system like this has been highly effective in reducing crashes with the bridge. San Antonio installed this curtain system in early 2018, and they said they were having around 5 crashes per year with their low clearance bridge. And since their curtains have been installed, they've had 3 crashes total. They've also told us that they have not received any claims from drivers for damages to their vehicles, nor have they had any noise complaints from people living in the area, though their location is not as residentially dense as Kirkland Way. Their number one suggestion for us, if we were to pursue a similar type of countermeasure, would be to have the system designed and stamped by an engineer. I don't believe they did this with their initial installation. They just, I think, had a traffic signal pole and, hung delineators from them that, that's not their typical uses. So, it's kind of a bit of an unknown of, what kind of impact trucks hitting the delineators might have on the mast arm and the connections and the foundation. They do, believe their staff do regularly inspect those joints and connection, but, it would be more of an insurance to have engineered plans for something like this. And I think we would recommend doing the same if we were to look into a system like this. So that I will hand things off to Joel.
Okay, thank you, Danny. So in conclusion, we would, based on our evaluation, we feel like the additional signage has improved the advanced warning so that people are aware of the bridge as they're driving towards it and can take the appropriate steps. And then the banners and the associated media attention has really increased general community awareness. People know where the bridge is, and all of this has led to a reduction in bridge crashes. So at this point, especially with just 2 years of data, feel like no additional countermeasures are needed at this time. But in the short term, we would continue to try to identify and implement ways to increase community awareness through outreach to local businesses, continuing to communicate with the route finding companies that provide, like Apple and Google, that provide wayfinding via apps and things like that, to see if we can get their attention. We have done some of that, and we have not been successful up to this point. And then we would continue to monitor the bridge-related crashes annually and report back to council if we see there is a significant increase of any kind. And then, of course, in the long term, as part of the Transportation Master Plan update, there is the opportunity to evaluate and prioritize larger improvements to the Kirkland Way corridor, which may or may not include, more significant modifications to the corridor and the bridge and that kind of thing. So, so with that, we are happy to answer any questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Council questions? Discussion? Councilmember Nixon.
Well, I'll just say I very much appreciate all the work that went into this report, and it's something we've been looking forward to for a while. I agree with the recommendation that we don't need to take any other action at this time. I mean, when we talked about what further actions might be, it was all pretty expensive stuff. So we're not recommending that we jump into spending $500,000 on something is good. And I think that the idea of seeing if Google or Apple or Bing or others who have mapping software could do something to help increase awareness would be good. But I think right now their frame of mind is to monetize that information for their commercial users as opposed to just typical users. The other thing that we talked about at one time was whether it was possible to reach out to drivers who had crashed their vehicles into the bridge and ask them if they had any idea what could have been done to prevent it. Have we thought any more about the potential for doing that?
We have not done any sort of after the fact, but I know that Danny has looked at the crash reports, and there is some summary of information on those. I'm not sure, Danny, if there's any trends or anything you want to describe there.
In the issue with trying to establish trends from that is that the crash reports didn't always list a reason why the driver, failed to miss the signs, or they were looking at their GPS. So I do know that the ones where a specific reason was listed, a lot of them did seem to be that they just didn't see the signs or didn't know what the height of their bridge was. Some of them seemed to be new drivers, or they were driving that truck or with that company for the first time, and their truck wasn't properly marked with the height of the truck, or it unfortunately just wasn't mentioned often enough in the reports to really find solid trends or come to a solid reason. This is the singular reason, or this is the most common reason why the truck driver crashed with the bridge.
So that would be interesting if KPD might ask their officers to ask that question when they do a crash report, to see if we could collect that data over time. But anyway, thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing the updated data in a year or two from now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Danny and Joel, for the work and the presentation here. I had a couple just follow-up questions. One is, you mentioned that if you see any significant increase in crashes, you'd come back to us. In your mind, what would be significant?
I think that would be seeing the kind of trend that was headed back up towards that spike that we were seeing a few years ago.
Like the 10 to 12 a year kind of number. Okay. And then the other question I had was, you talked about this low clearance warning system as a potential option to consider if we're still seeing a concerning trend down the road. But it sounds like it's kind of, obviously it's just an idea with a ballpark cost estimate. Do you have any idea what it would cost to confirm, kind of do a feasibility evaluation and say, yeah, this is actually truly possible, and firm that up a little bit more? I guess the one thing that I was thinking about is if things do continue, unfortunately, be nice to know a little, be more certain that is really feasible.
So we did talk to our CIP manager, and he did, kind of a quick look at that, and he felt like in that $3,000 to $5,000 range, we could probably do at least a cursory 5% kind of, just very general look at, is this feasible? What does this look like? And that kind of thing.
Okay. I think so I guess my only comment would be, as you monitor the crashes, over the next year or two, and you start to, and if unfortunately we do see kind of an uptick, I would just recommend that you do that work before going back to council, so that at least we have, we'll have that option, we'll know that cost, to be able to kind of take action if it's necessary at that point. That's all.
Great, and thank you. This treatment does seem to be gaining some interest, particularly related, the other three locations are all railroad bridges where the Spokane, the San Antonio, and then the Renton example, which is not the same. It's a different context. But with all three of those, it was very much the railroad coming forward, in some cases paying for this, because they were very, it's very difficult, very challenging to, move those bridges. And so, so it does seem to be gaining some traction in those areas. Danny, there was one other city that you'd actually heard was interested in the San Antonio. Do you remember? Oh, you're muted.
Now?
Oh, there you are.
Okay. Yeah, it was Kansas City. It looked like they were going to be moving forward with a similar system to San Antonio later this year.
So I think if we were to, we were seeing a concerning trend again, we would, probably do a little scan again and see what else we could learn from other places about advancing this treatment even further. But yes, definitely we could look at that.
Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, I'd be interested in that, particularly if, crashes continue. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Joel.
Thank you.
We'll see you next time. This takes us to item D, the 2023 State Legislative Agenda legislative update. Kurt.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So to give you legislative update number 7, once again, is Diana Hart, our Government Relations Manager.
Good evening, Council. Hope you can see my presentation all right. Here we go. So as always, the same buckets that we talk about, where we are in session, how it's going, and some time for some discussion. Starting off on our calendar, today is the 100th day of the legislative session. And while there are only a few days left, there is still a lot that is undecided. These last days are key for sorting through differences in bills between chambers and negotiating final budgets. Every policy that isn't necessary to implement the budget needed to receive a vote out of the other chamber last week. And 465 of the bills that were introduced this session have survived that cutoff, 95 of which are bills that we are tracking. So looking at how it's going this session, as this is the last presentation during session, I'll dive into a little more of an update on each of our legislative agenda priority areas. The next 2 slides will highlight legislation that is still alive in some form for each of our priority areas, starting with housing. Senate Bill 5045 has passed the Senate, it's passed the House, and with some minor amendments, it's also passed the Senate again, and will now head to the governor where he has the option to sign the bill into law, take no action and let the bill become law without his signature, veto a section of the bill, or fully veto the bill. As the bill looks like it's going to go to him in the last 5 days of session, he will have 20 days to sign the bill. If it had gone to him before these last few days, he would have had only 5 days to act on the legislation. The next is 1628. In a very interesting turn of events, the REIT for Affordable Housing Bill received an executive session in finance last week and has been referred to rules. Both this and the 1% property tax cap bills are back on the table as options for increasing affordable housing. There is a long way to go for either of these bills to make it over the finish line this session, but there is a possibility that we may end up with one of these options. I'll share a little more on the property tax cap bill on the next slide. House Bill 1110, just this afternoon, received a concurrence vote by the House on the Senate amendments. So this bill too heads the governor's desk after it received signatures by the House and Senate. And then 1337 is an ADU bill encouraging bill that passed the legislature. This requires cities to allow ADUs, removes or limits some regulations that cities have used around ADUs, and prohibits future restrictive covenants around construction or development of ADUs, often seen in homeowner associations. One bill you don't see here is 5466, the transit-oriented development bill. Last weekend, a proposed amendment was introduced that caused a lot of increased concern by affordable housing advocates that called into question some of the implications the bill might have on our own 85th Station Area Plan development. Those concerns were shared with our delegation, and then a significant number of amendments were introduced by both sides of the aisle to address those numerous concerns that had been brought up by many groups. And unfortunately, there was not enough time left before cutoff to find a path forward for the legislation. It is anticipated that the bill will be thoroughly reviewed and reworked over the interim and will come back in some form for further consideration next session. On to the property tax cap, as I mentioned. I'm going to also break your 10-slide rule this week, but felt this was a big enough update to warrant that extra slide. Just last week, the Senate introduced Senate Bill 5770, which is another proposal to address the property tax cap. The previous introduced legislation, specifically 1670, is assumed to not be necessary to implement the budget, and it was limited to local governments. So a new broader bill was introduced to keep the concept alive. It has a very long journey with just 5 days left in session, especially as the bill has only been introduced and hasn't had any hearings, but as we've seen this session already, sometimes we can skip some of those steps. It is incredibly encouraging that the legislature is more seriously looking at this option than they have in many years. So we hold out some optimism that it might get some traction this year. On sustainability, there were many bills to support these efforts this session, but there didn't seem to be as much momentum to tackle some of the larger policies than we saw for some of our other priorities. Two of the bigger policies that did make it far include incorporating climate change as a new element into our comprehensive plans and a long-term strategy to provide battery producer stewardship. Several pieces of legislation to support efforts like the Crisis Care Center coming to Kirkland continue to make their way through the legislature this session. Each of these bills would play a role in permitting and staffing behavioral health support centers, one of which still needs to make its way out of the legislature, but it is in active negotiations to get there. While the constitutional amendment that was introduced early in session didn't move forward, several pieces of legislation to support reproductive health care are continuing. One new bill was introduced late in session is 5768, which authorizes the Department of Corrections to utilize their pharmacy role to provide abortion medications. This bill has made it out of the Senate and it's making its way through the House and is anticipated to pass the final hurdles before the end of session. And the legislature was quite active on gun safety measures this year, having already passed legislation related to industry liability, firearm transfer requirements, waiver of firearm right clarification, and emergency domestic violence orders. The assault weapons ban is in negotiations as the House declared one of the Senate amendments as out of scope and object of the bill title. This afternoon, the Senate reheard the bill and it will now go back to the House for concurrence. And so it's very close to getting out of the legislature and is anticipated to make it out. The budgets are all in active negotiation, but we are continuing to be optimistic that the KPC and the CKC funding requests will be maintained in the capital budgets. I do want to add that in addition to the projects we're supporting, the Kirkland Boys and Girls Club has a $150,000 request in the Senate proposal for their community playfield, and the Lake Washington Institute for Technology has $39 million in both proposals for their new Center for Design building. So if Kirkland might make out quite well this year, which is exciting to see. And that takes us back to our final section, the discussion. Some quick updates on two of the bills that we've been tracking that aren't our big priority bills are 5536, the Blake fix. This legislation had some substantial amendments in the House and is in negotiations as it awaits concurrence by the Senate. AWC is at the negotiating table for the legislation, along with the bill sponsor and policy leaders from both chambers. An agreement is expected before sine die, but it is still unknown what the final details will look like for this legislation. And the final, vehicular pursuits, 5352 was one of the big upsets this year. It has passed the legislature. The Senate concurred on the modest amendments by the House, so the bill will now be routed for signatures by the House Speaker and the Senate President before heading to the governor's desk. The bill does have an emergency clause, so it will go into effect upon action by the governor unless he vetoes that section. And with that, that concludes my presentation. As always, happy to answer any questions and turn things back to you.
Great. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Diana. I again have to express my gratitude for this amazing legislative work group team. We are rocking, and as Diana just said, we're still tracking 95 bills. The TOD bill, I'm really hopeful that we will be at the table during the interim working on that bill, and one of the suggestions we've made is that we invite the delegation and any other interested parties to walk them through our station area plan process for a sort of a model tool of how to do TOD well. The group is starting to talk about winding down and other work that we're going to do during the interim. And I just have to say personally, I'm really proud of the legislative agenda that we started this session with, and I'm very impressed with the bills that have moved forward this year.
Any further discussion? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Curtis. Concur with what you're saying. When we started the session, we were really scaling back expectations, and you look at that list, Diana, that you just went through. It's very, very impressive. Thank you for your work. The discussion on 5770 came up at a Sound Cities Association Deputy Mayor's call last week. Everybody was pleasantly surprised that this bill is still alive. Like Kirkland, every city in this region has these diverging lines of future budget sustainability issues that this really needs a fix at the state level. Is there anything that we can do as council members to help support that? I recognize the challenges of dealing with property tax, given we only have 5 days.
I did send an email this weekend with Kirkland's support for 5770. I'll forward it to council. We have heard today that there is a member of our delegation that we're going to ask the mayor to reach out to personally. But it never hurts for any of you as council members to reach out to your delegation with support.
Swell. Okay. Councilmember Black.
Yeah, can I, thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I just make, to the extent any of my colleagues are reaching out to our delegation and talking about 5770, the 1%, 3%, together, it won't be surprising if in those conversations, the REIT legislation also comes up. And so that there might be discussion of this, these two sort of forms of tax legislation or tax policy. One thing that we've discussed as legislative work group and that the city's lobbyists, I think, found interesting and compelling and might use in some of their discussions around this issue is just that with the REIT bill, it's a significant investment in affordable housing. That affordable housing is going to be in denser neighborhoods around transit and walkable neighborhoods. With that, there's going to be significant infrastructure investments. They're going to have to be made by cities. And so in some ways, the two are not so much in conflict with each other as possibly inextricably linked with each other. To the extent anyone is having that conversation, I think that might be helpful. Thanks.
And if I may add, I just forwarded the 1% property tax bill to all of you. We have received, the mayor in particular has received very positive feedback on the Seattle Times editorial that we did on 1628.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you, Diana. I think we will see you at the next meeting, right? For a wrap-up? Okay. With that, we are at council reports. And I'll start with Deputy Mayor Arnold today.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No report.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Yeah, a few items. One is that have our monthly Regional Transit Committee meeting tomorrow. And two pretty big subjects are on the agenda. One is the plan for electric buses. I'm going over that zero emission fleet and get an update on that. And then the service recovery plan, rolling out the remaining part of the service that was cut back during COVID. Something just to let you all know about that I unfortunately will not be able to attend the community appreciation event next week. I apologize for that. I have a work conflict that evening.
You're gonna hate yourself. But
I might. So someone else can sing my part for me, I guess. Or who knows? Jim may make me tape it or something. I don't know. And then lastly, I want to request a legislative request memo. Let me kind of talk about this. So I'm just going to read this. So I wanted to request LRM to consider options for additional pedestrian facility investments along both sides of the 124th Avenue corridor between Northeast 85th Street and Northeast 116th Street. This corridor is seeing a variety of new development activity. It's targeted for Metro's future Rapid Ride K line, and it will likely see additional demand over the next decade from new development in both Totem Lake Urban Center and the 85th Station area. And as part of this LRM, I'd be interested in understanding how completing facilities along the corridor could be considered as we update our transportation master plan and updates to the capital improvement program, as well as whether there's any strategies to pursue available safety grants out there to secure funding in a more timely manner. I'd also be interested that the LRM consider interim lower cost improvements to address high priority pedestrian facility gaps. And with all that, I do also want to recognize that there are a lot of needs across the city. So I'd ask that any of these potential options that staff brings back also consider this request in the context of all the other priorities and pedestrian gaps in the city.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? The motion carries to create the LRM. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Flacon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, that's a tough one to follow, but I'll keep it brief. I'll let Councilmember Curtis maybe mentioning our recent SEA PIC meeting and the mural ribbon cutting at the Kirkland Performance Center. So I won't go into detail on those to keep my comments brief. But I am really looking forward to this Thursday evening, be sitting on a panel at Friends of Youth. It's a celebration of youth event that's centered around youth homelessness and ensuring youth experience 0 days of vulnerability. So there's a few folks on that panel, and I'm honored to be part of it and looking forward to hearing what the others have to say as well.
Excellent. Councilmember Curtis.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. Let's see, Councilmember Black and I attended the Norkirk Neighborhood Association, and I just want to thank the chairs for their invitation to attend. It was a nice evening. I'm looking forward to the Earth Day celebration with the Sustainability Ambassadors on Saturday. I am riding the ride. I'm really glad I have an e-bike since I'll be riding with a bunch of high schoolers. Councilmember Nixon and Councilmember Falcone and I attended the ribbon cutting at KPC on last Friday. That was a great event. And I sent you notes about PIC. So
You did.
Thank you.
Councilmember Pascal, aren't you also doing the ride?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Excellent.
I am.
No big
I know I forgot about it. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Great. Councilmember Black.
It's a requirement that you disclose all of your upcoming activities. And in that spirit, I'm going to disclose that I'm joining the mayor at the ribbon cutting for See's Candy because See's Candy is a favorite of our family. So, Mayor, I'll be there to support you and to get some free chocolate. So I'm excited about that. Welcome to Kirkland See's Candy. I wanted to say one note about the Norkirk Neighborhood Association meeting. It was really nice of the chairs to reach out and invite us. And also, one of the main topics ended up being around property taxes. And just, continues to remind me just how interested, of course, our homeowners are in property tax and how much education there can be around this topic because it is a complex issue in the state of Washington. And so I really enjoyed that there was an opportunity to actually speak directly to I don't know, 30, 35 residents on specifically how property taxes work in the state. And I had, I had one more thing. What was it, Madam Mayor? I don't know. I don't know what it was. If I think of it, I'll maybe poke my hand up. Thanks.
Okey doke. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually do have something to report this time. I had the pleasure on Friday morning to attend the NORCOM annual assembly with Chief Harris, and it was great to see Bill Hamilton again. Been a while. I will also be at the See's Candy ribbon cutting, but you cannot tell my endocrinologist. We have a couple of interfaith events coming up. On Sunday, April 23rd, that's this coming Sunday, FIRE is having a dialogue that may be of interest to you all. The title is, What Should Be the Relationship Between Religion and State? And the focus will be on areas where various religious minority groups are persecuted by government action. And then also on Saturday, April 29th, is the Anti-Semitism Symposium sponsored by Congregation Kohlami and the city, and everybody's invited to that. Lastly, it did not make it into our annual list of proclamations, but April is Records and Information Management Month, the 28th in a row. And I did want to take the opportunity to once again thank and recognize our city clerk and staff for the excellent job they do in managing city records and responding to records requests. We are really the example for the entire state. Thank you.
Thank you for doing that. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did remember what I meant to say. Should have been in my email and not in my calendar. So it does look, I was at an event, I wanted my colleagues to know I was at an event, I think it was last week. Had a chance to talk to a small group of King County residents about the work that Kirkland's doing on crisis clinics. In attendance was Andrew Lewis, who's a Seattle City Council member, and he does a podcast. And because of he got excited about the discussion and excited about what Kirkland's up to, and so it looks like, just so my colleagues know, I'll be interviewed on a podcast. Looks like probably on Monday. And by Andrew Lewis and some communication staff from Seattle, just to understand and hear the story of Kirkland's success and our partner cities' success in getting a crisis clinic sited in Kirkland. So,
Will you be able to share that with us?
the podcast,
Mm-hmm.
I will ask.
Good.
Okay, thanks.
Great. Okay, most of my water work, I think you've been getting updates on. We do have a special subcommittee meeting tomorrow at 9:30, so I'll be pulling out of Claudia's event a little bit early. And that meeting is to sort of lay down the groundwork for trying to arrive at a federal agenda that that Regional Water Quality Committee is going to be pursuing. Kurt and I and Diana, I believe, are going to be scheduled to have a one-on-one with Congresswoman Del Bene, who wants to come for a tour of what our projects might be that need federal consideration. So I think we're going to have a meeting to discuss that beforehand. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the city manager.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I get to my report, we have 2 legislative request memo responses that we're going to tee up. I'm going to go to the podium and tee up one for Chief Harris, who is at the KJC, and I'll pull it up, then she'll speak to it. And then we have our second one on short-term rentals, and Michael Olson is here to give that one. So just give me a second. Okay. So can you see that, Sherry?
I can,
Okay, and council can see that? All right.
and you can hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
All
All right, proceed.
right, good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Responding to the legislative request memo on animal services ordinance update and an increase in licensing sales. And so the LRM was in your packet, and I just wanted to go, if there are no questions on the information that was provided, go to the 4 options and get your input. And option number 1 would be status quo, no change, no impact on operations, obviously the least amount of staff time, but does not provide any additional authority to the ACO or park rangers. Number 2 is the targeted update of animal services ordinances to address the original issue identified by Councilmember Nixon to permit the animal control officer not to return animals to owners in certain cases. And then a full review and update to the entire animal services ordinance to exclude expanding the authority of the ACO and park rangers, updating fees and fines, providing authority to the courts to reduce, dismiss violations when animal owners provide proof of acquiring a pet license. And then number 4, a full review of animal licensing that may be combined with other options to include point of sales licenses, research into licensing programs not currently utilized by the animal services program. At 10 o'clock, it doesn't sound as articulate. in my ears because I would like it to be. But those are the 4 options, and I just am here to gather some input from you on which direction you want to go.
Okay, so I see some hands. We'll start with Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I want to thank Councilmember Nixon for bringing this forward and for KPD for doing the LRM. As most things, a simple request becomes complicated very quickly. And I'm involved in animal welfare. I'm on the board of Homeward Pet, so I'm looking at this through this lens. And I feel like the memo focused a lot on what would make life easier for KPD, but we also need to show compassion for the animals, their welfare, and support for the pets themselves. And when the option number 2, which is other municipalities have authority to evict an animal from the city of Kirkland, what happens? What happens when we evict this animal? Is it taken to a shelter and destroyed? So I think we need to dive deeper into what happens after this animal is evicted, and why are we evicting this animal? Is it just because it's a nuisance, or is it because it's a dangerous animal? So we've got more things to answer before we can move forward on this. And to me, the purpose of animal control is to support residents through education and support responsible pet owners, rather than making money through licensing and enforcement. So ultimately, what I'd like to get to is a full review of our animal licensing, and are we doing best practices in providing education and support for animal owners and their pets? Should we be going to the Everett shelter, not only because of the equity issues that were raised in the memo, but Everett is not a no-kill shelter. So if we are evicting animals, are we then filling up shelters with animals that, and I'm looking down the row, we're all animal owners on this. So there needs to be more thought into what we're trying to achieve with this. One of the things that I'm thinking about is if an animal's loose and we feel like the owner is not taking a good care of it, is it because the owner is abusive and neglectful, or is it because they don't have the resources to fix a hole in their fence? Or we have a senior citizen with maybe some dementia and the animal continues to escape from them. So again, to me, it's about how can we help people and how can we support people. So my suggestion is that we look at the original question of Councilmember Nixon, which is number 2, but I need more information about what that means to evict an animal and what is our ultimate goal and where does the animal go and why we're evicting an animal. And then I'd also like to down the road, and this is a bigger project, so I recognize that this will take time, but I would like us to look at our animal licensing and our ordinance, looking at reaching out to pet owners, animal service providers, shelters, and determine what the best practice is and what we can do to support animals. And some of the things not only can we do around education, but microchipping and that sort of thing to keep animals out of shelters. So I'm really thrilled this was raised, but once I started reading the memo, I'm like, we have a lot more work to do on this. So again, let's take a deeper look at number 2, but let's also put on a work plan what the goals we're trying to achieve with our animal service ordinance and how can we do best practices. And like with all things, if we spend the time to do this right and we reach out to animal welfare experts, we will set the standard for our regional partners on how to do this well. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, the easy thing to say would be I agree with everything Councilmember Curtis just said. I, in option 2, never thought of it as evicting the animal. I thought of it as rehoming the animal, and that the animal wouldn't be banned from Kirkland, but that owner, if they have repeatedly shown that they're irresponsible and neglectful, would not be allowed to get that particular animal back. But I agree with you. I mean, the goal of all regulation in Kirkland is education and figuring out why people are having problems with compliance. And so I completely agree with the idea that it can't be just an automatic thing. You know, your dog gets out 3 times, you're done, right? It has to be an option, but a last resort type of option. And in the particular instance up in Kingsgate where this arose, this was a recurring problem for a couple of years, over and over again. So, and the animals were pretty aggressive. My feeling is I want to do option 2, 3, and 4 on an appropriate timeline. So I really want to see us do a comprehensive look at it, kind of like we did with the tree code. Hopefully it doesn't take a decade, right? But really do a public engagement process, because we, as you all know, when we created or brought animal services in-house, we basically just took the county code and made minor edits to it and then adopted it. And the public really never got an opportunity to look at it and to have an influence on it. And I would like to see, that's why I would like to see us do a comprehensive look at it. And again, if we can make it a statewide model code that we did the way we had done with our public records code, I would love that. And then I hadn't brought up in my previous comments the option 4, but I think that's a great idea as well. And you know, it's, I don't like to think of it as just how do we raise more money, but I do definitely want animal services to be self-supporting, and I don't think it is self-supporting right now. And so if we can have it set up so that the owners of animals are paying the cost of the program and enabling us to have more animal-related services like helping to fund dog parks and other things, then I think that would be a plus. But you know, the question is, what should the timeline be? And I'm not in a hurry on any of these things. In fact, I'm not even in a hurry on option 2, because the recent incident was the first time in a decade that we've had that kind of a problem, and hopefully it will be the last time. But just want to be prepared for the possibility. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first off, Chief Harris, I think we're all slightly less articulate at 10 p.m. and I think you were quite articulate, so thank you. I agree with the comments of my colleagues, so I'm glad that they went before me so I don't have to talk as much. I also agree that I would like to see it be financially self-sufficient, this program. That said, I would also like to see us add the pet licensing fee to the Universal Low Income Discount Program that we're developing. So let's go ahead and add that to the list unless there's some objection. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
I was going to say that I support, you know, options 3 and 4 and 2, for that matter. I guess on the licensing on number 4, I'm assuming it also includes what we discussed a few meetings ago, where we see the continual decline in licenses over time, and that's apparent in our quarterly dashboard that we get from the police department. So I think it is sustainable right at the moment, but it's not on a good trajectory, and that's the issue. Especially as our population's increasing, but our licensing is going down, that it's not intuitive to me. So I definitely want that to be included as part of option 4. And then I'm really intrigued, like with option 3, one of the things that intrigued me with option 3 is this allowing the court to reduce or dismiss violations when animal owners either get a pet license or, I think giving the court more flexibility, I think, is going to be really important. So would like to make sure that that's considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I concur with everybody's interest in pursuing options 2, 3, and 4. To the question of what happens to animals that may be surrendered, I'll tell you my family's experience. They go into foster care, and then sometimes there's a foster fail that happens, and the animal finds a loving home. That's what you want to have happen on this, and I think there are some circumstances where we need that authority. To some of Councilmember Curtis's comments on option 3, I read the memo a little bit differently. It wasn't just for the efficiency and effectiveness of KPD, animal control officer and the park ranger, but being able to enforce regulations that are in place, that those officers don't have the authority to do so. And I think there is some cleanup that needs to happen. The thing that concerns me is what I'm hearing is a pretty big work plan item that we're talking about a couple of months after we've adopted our biannual work plan. So while I think this is something that is of interest, I wouldn't bump anything on our work plan to do this, and I think we should be looking at some options on timing of when this could happen. Chief, I appreciate the memo that said that you believe that it could be considered within current workload, but when we start talking about outreach and other things, this is a much bigger project than what's reflected in this LRM, and so I think this is something we need to continue to discuss. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for your comments. I agree with most of what has been said. I think we're going in the right direction. I, too, am worried about the size of the body of work. And I wonder if this is something that we could investigate, bringing in, interns from various organizations that are involved in animal welfare to help us with. It might be a project where somebody could just come in and design, or at least do the research to find out what kinds of options are out there, what are some of the mechanics of a really healthy animal control program. So I think I'm in support of what everybody here has said. If we don't have the time and we don't have a lot of resources to dedicate to this right away, I think it should be on a future work plan. City Manager, do you have what you need?
Well, I'm trying to, so in your policy under LRMs, if there's no motion, then they basically just go and they're filed and they're not dead necessarily, but they don't proceed. So I guess maybe I'd suggest that someone make a motion that options 2, 3, and 4 are explored. The city manager would develop a timing and work plan and appropriate time to start to phase them in and bring them back to the council over maybe a longer period of time. Something like that sort of moves it forward, but gives us the flexibility to decide when we can allocate the resources to it.
I move that.
Oh,
I was going to say that, what he said.
been moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Councilmember Curtis to do what he said. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much, and we will figure this out. All right, our second LRM, Michael Olson, can you take down the first one too? So I think you have. Okay, yeah, just unshare it, right? Okay, so this was also a response to a legislative request memo on short-term rental ordinance review.
I always need help. Thank you, Cassie.
And I did get the note on the universal low-income discount for pet licenses too, so just wanted to acknowledge that point. That would obviously, we'd deal with that in the context of that ordinance, not separate, so. And then I do have 2 topics after the LRM, so just to, yeah.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. A very short presentation, just the 5 options from the legislative request memo on reviewing the short-term rental code. And what staff is looking for is direction from City Council on which option to pursue of one of those or one that you come up with. I will note that on option 5, waiting until the vendor data on short-term rentals is available. I just signed the contract with the vendor today. We've been waiting to get it through legal, and I received the signed copy. So we should be receiving lots of data on the from 80 different sources that they have that they track days paid, days rented, days advertised. And so we should have a lot of data in a few months.
Great. Okay, discussion? Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Option 5, let's get the data, let's understand the problem statement, and then we can make a intelligent decision about what we want to do. That'd be what I'd propose.
It's been moved by Councilmember Black, seconded by Councilmember Curtis to adopt option 5. Discussion, Councilmember
Just clarification. So after we get that additional data, then we would still look at all the other options. Is that the idea?
Yes.
Okay.
We would bring the data back to council to kind of give a picture of how many we have in short-term rentals, how many days they're renting them, how many are in violation, how many we are pursuing to get licensed, and what steps the council wants to take from there.
Okay, thank you.
And I just want to remind us that in our conversation with the Planning Commission today, I think this sort of is that instance that Scott Reeser was talking about in terms of inviting people to join our business community or recognize the fact that they are businesses. And so just to sort of add that as a caveat, that we don't want to be heavy-handed
We
necessarily.
want to welcome them into the community.
Exactly. Okay.
Thank you.
Did we vote?
No, we didn't.
Okay,
I don't-
sorry.
yeah.
It's been moved by Councilmember Black, seconded by Councilmember Curtis to adopt option 5. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Back to you, City Manager.
Okay, thank you. So I have 2 updates before the calendar update. So the first is to respond to Councilmember Nixon's question about the $133,000 for the fencing. So this was a little bit of city manager license and how I did this. The $133,000 is actually 2 parts. One is the temporary fencing that's up there currently, but it's also to pay for permanent fencing, permanent nice fencing that would be appropriately located on the other side of the sidewalks and so forth. But we can't put that fencing in until we own it. So we executed the contract with the fence company for both actions, thinking at that time that we would get it, and I went ahead and did it anyway because, so basically we have the fence on order, and when we can actually own it or get access to the property, we can put a permanent fence in. It'll be a permanent nice fence. The budget that we're using is actually the budget acquisition that the council approved, given that we had $10 million set aside for the purchase of the park and ride, and the stated price is $9 million. But we've also notified WashDOT that one of the things we intend to do as part of the negotiation is basically get reimbursed for anything that we are basically investing. So the intent is to get that money back. I can't guarantee that that's going to happen, but we have it budgeted in the acquisition pot. So that's where the $133,000 came from, and it creates those 2 parts. And we put up the temporary fencing anyway, with their full knowledge, but we did it because we knew that if we didn't get the fencing up, it wasn't looking like King County or WashDOT was. And we wanted to make sure we didn't get in a situation where they start to get occupied with no redress. And so we're having ongoing conversations with both King County and WashDOT to keep the space nice. And we are not in charge of it yet, but we are taking whatever actions we need to take to keep it nice. And I will be going to the South Rose Hill Bridle Trails meeting to talk about it as well.
On May 9th? Great,
Yeah.
thank you.
So does anyone have any questions on the fencing? Second one, I just want to give a racer update as the president. We have very good news, which is we found an extraordinary administrative assistant for the racer project who actually knows Kirkland's finance system very well. Munis has an excellent relationship with our finance department and has done an exceptional job with very challenging billing and other systems. The less good news is it's Heather Lance Brazil, who is the administrative assistant for the Parks Department. So I'm in a little bit of trouble with my parks director. So, but we're very excited for her, for Heather. She's got a long history and passion for this type of work, and I think she's going to be exceptional for both us and for our regional partners. But now just so you all know, because that will have an impact on a lot of the work that's going on in parks, so we're going to try to help get a good replacement for her as soon as possible. So, but she will be starting in May in that position, and so then Carly Jorger would stop being the secretary for the Racer board, and would also, all of the administrative stuff would then be handled by Heather. So, so things are happening with Racer. We're continuing to move forward. We're also going to be scheduling a presentation by Brooke Bittner, the obviously new executive director of Racer, to come forward and talk to the council. She's scheduling time to meet with each of the individual 5 agencies. So probably the first meeting in May she'll be here. If not, it'll be the second meeting in May. And she'll give an update on all of the activities going on with Racer, as well as the cases and things that they're also handling. So not just administrative stuff, but actually impact of the program. So much more to come, but I just want to make sure I give you a heads up on all of that. So. All right, and then any other calendar updates? Oh, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Black.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. City Manager, just real quick for us or just for folks listening, can you describe briefly what Racer is doing today, right now, as far as its activities?
Oh, sure.
And its number of mental health professionals and that kind of thing?
Yeah, so the Racer program is still not yet fully integrated. So what we have done is the Kirkland community responders are continuing to function as Kirkland community responders. The radar navigators are continuing to function as radar navigators. Renee Cox, who's a Kirkland supervisor, is managing the Kirkland positions and reporting to Brooke. And then Brooke is overseeing the radar navigator. So we have all of the original folks are still doing the same work that they're doing both in Kirkland and beyond, and we have the positions posted, and we're still heavily recruiting for the other 6 vacant positions. So we hope to add additional staff as fast as we can. The challenge is they're hard to get, but the good news is we have managed to retain all the ones that we do have, and so far that's going really well. So,
Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's a few things that are happening in the community where people are looking for kind of updates and explanations. And I just wanted to toss these your way, and if you can come back to us at a future meeting or an email with an update on what's happening. The first has to do with the roundabout project and the impact of the delay of the sewer main replacement component of that. We got an internal email, but I have not yet seen an external announcement from WashDOT about what's actually going on there and how the schedule's been affected. And people are very interested, particularly about the impact on 132nd Street. The second thing is what's the status of the project on the right turn lane on 116th Avenue at 124th Street? I know there was some delay there because of having to shrink the size of utility boxes or something. But it would be great to get an update for the public on that. The third thing is the Lake Street and Kirkland Way Scramble project. And we've received emails from a number of business owners, event sponsors, concerned about the current timing, which is having that full closure at the peak of summer tourist season. Right. And they're curious as to whether it could be delayed even just a couple of months. And then the fourth thing, of course, which we heard some during public comment tonight, is about the Park Lane consultant report. And when is that expected? So that we could just let people know what the next step is in the city's decision-making process.
I can highlight 2 of those really quickly. So the Scramble project is actually, we're going to bring that back to the first meeting in May with updates and options. Essentially, you can delay, but there's a couple $100,000 cost to delay, so we'll lay out some choices for the city council at the May 2nd council meeting, and you can make a decision at that point. And then on the Park Lane consultant report, that's going to come to the staff in early June, and we'll schedule it for the first council meeting after we get it, so it may be the first or second meeting in June. For the first sort of, here's what it says, but the decision-making process can be as long as the council needs it to be to make an informed decision. So, but that's the timeline for that.
Great. And the other two, you probably have to ping
Yeah, I'll
Washington
have
to
to check
figure
out
out what's going
yeah,
on.
so-
Yeah.
But we'll make sure we get that for you and the community.
Great, thank you.
Okay. And seeing no calendar updates, then that's all I have, Madam.
Oh, I do have a calendar update.
Oh, okay.
I will be going to a conference in June, from June 1st until June 5th in Columbus. And I will miss meeting, but it's the last chance I have to go to an actual mayor's conference, so I'm looking forward to it. And go in with mayors of Issaquah and Redmond. Looking forward to it. Okay. I believe that takes us to adjournment. Thank you all for a very busy and pretty brief meeting for a change. Thanks very much.